is building, the excitement is real, and will we see him tonight? That is being a question that I've dropped into the chat. Will we see Cody tonight? Obviously, we're still starting a little bit early here in the UK. The clocks changed over in America last week, so it is actually 11 o'clock at night here. Normally, we wouldn't start until midnight, but it is 11 o'clock at night, so it might catch a few people out here in the UK. But, yeah, as we said, clocks change over here soon. I think next weekend, so it will go back to normal over here. But I hope everyone is well. Not loads of news today, to be honest, and not loads of a preview either for us to go through and talk about. But we can have a look over at the WWE Twitter account and just see if there's anything that's come out in the past few minutes. Because I was looking earlier and there was nothing on there. We've got AJ looks to respond to Edge. Becky addresses her attack of Bianca Belair. So we're going to get a little bit more with AJ and Edge. We're going to get a little bit more with Becky and Bianca. RK Bro face Alpha Academy. And Finn Balor battles Austin Theory. So, in all fairness, I didn't see those ones. So, there we go. We've got RK Bro taking on Alpha Academy. And we've got Finn Balor taking on Austin Theory. So, we've got a couple of matches to look forward to in there. A few segments where we're going to further the storylines along. And, of course, this is the last proper show, really. I think I'm right in saying that next weekend is the go-home. So that means that we're getting closer and closer towards WrestleMania itself. WrestleMania itself is not that far away. So close, actually, that we are doing a prediction video on the channel tomorrow. On this channel tomorrow, there will be a prediction stream. That will be, I think, the hour before we start our NXT stream. I'm actually going to be setting it up tonight. We will have Triple T, Tommy Toy Travels, who is a very, very popular YouTuber. He's going to be on. We've also got a special guest as well that's going to be joining us. And this is big, man. It's going to be big. We're doing it over on the Wrestling Days channel. So it is going to be my official WrestleMania predictions. It's going to be this week's podcast episode as well, the Wrestling Escape Pods. And because it's WrestleMania, we're switching it up over onto this channel. So feel free to join us. Share your thoughts in the chat as well. It's a big one. WrestleMania only comes around once a year. We're going big. I kind of feel like a lot of the matches are in place now. Really feels like a lot of the matches are there or thereabouts. So we could wait a little bit longer to do like a prediction video, but this just seems like a great opportunity. We can get the video out there, and then I can always drop out like a little quick, I really like those YouTube shorts. I did one the other day. I liked it. So I might do a YouTube shorts WrestleMania prediction thing when we get closer to the time, but tomorrow will be the real deal. No Money, hello, hope you are well. Days, someone told me that Belair was hurt and Rhea Ripley is going to take her place. What do you mean? Take her place at WrestleMania or take her place tonight? I haven't seen any word of her being hurt, so I can't comment on that, to be honest. Taboy said, did you hear about Bobby Lashley against the Moss might happen? I did hear that Bobby Lashley was going to have... Bobby Lashley. I heard that a Moss was going to have a match at WrestleMania, but I didn't hear who the opponent was going to be. I've heard that... I heard it wasn't Veer, but I didn't get a chance to see who it was, so we're saying it's going to be Bobby Lashley. Makes sense, to be honest. I mean, you want to get Bobby on the card, and he's not on the card yet, so... yeah, I think that makes sense. I'm all right with Bobby Lashley being the one to take on a Moss. It might make for quite an interesting little matchup, actually, because he's just been taking on, like, real low-level kind of guys, a Moss. So this will be a big, big challenge for him. And if he wins, it'll be a big, big victory. Right, shout out to you, said, how's it going? Hope you are well. We're doing well. Jordan, hello, hello, hello. Why hype Cody when he's going to get buried. He was already buried before. Well, I don't think he will be buried, to be honest. I think that he's going to come in for quite a bit of money. I think they're going to have to spend a bit of money to get him. I think certainly more money than what they were paying him before. Not only that, he's gone away and learned a new move, learned a new hold, as they say. It kind of means like going away and refreshing yourself, and he has absolutely done that. I mean, this Cody we've got now couldn't be further away from the Cody that left. The Cody that left was, demotivated, a little bit lost, wasn't enjoying like the Stardust character, felt he had done all he could do with that, and really wanted to like explore the world of, independent wrestling, which he did. He fought all over the world on the indie scene. I know there's people here that saw him in quite small venues here in the UK. And I know he did stuff over in Japan, obviously notably with New Japan. Mexico as well, he was down there. He did a lot of indies in America. So he kind of left them really, went back to his roots, if you will. Went back to what the territories would be now. But then, of course, AEW, starting AEW and all of that. The whole WWE AEW thing. The reports are Vince knows that he's got something quite special with Cody coming back. And if the rumors are true and he is coming back to have a match against Seth Rollins, I think that gives you an idea as to where we're going here, because Stardust would not be getting a one-on-one match with Seth Rollins. Like, Stardust was used in tag teams. He was used in ladder matches. He was mid-card fodder, right? He was just someone that really just... He was Nakamura, like now. He's like Nakamura isn't used at the top end of the card. He's used in a tag team with Boogs. He's used around mid-card titles. Like, Stardust was that. But now coming in and having a singles match potentially with Seth, coming in on, sure to be higher wages and everything. Like, I think he's going to be one of the guys. He's going to be a Kevin Owens. He's going to be a Seth Rollins. He's going to be one of those kind of guys, in my opinion. So I don't expect him to get, buried. I'm sure people will look back on this return and go, well, they messed that up, and they messed that up, because it's short. There's going to be stuff that gets messed up. But I think we're going to be quite a distance away from the Stardust kind of booking. Man United Hodge says, my mum is sick. Nothing bad. Okay, that's good. Hope it didn't get bad. I'm waiting for you to go live to take my mind off it. Man United Hodge, shout out to you, buds. I'm really, really sorry to hear that. But I like the fact you said at the moment, nothing bad. So thoughts with you and your mum. And hopefully it stays that way. So, thoughts to you, dude. Horrible, horrible news. Dork Knight said, what is the reasoning between Cody and Seth? What would be the backstory on this rivalry? Well, to be honest, it's not the fight that I would have. We don't know, is the answer. I don't know which way they're going to angle it yet. I mean, are they bringing him as a heel? Is he coming in as someone that works for Vince? Is he coming in as a face? I mean, the fact he's facing Seth would make me think that he is a face. Well, if he's coming in as a face, then he can't be aligned with Vince. So is Vince going to make out that this wasn't known to him and that Cody's just accepted a challenge out of nowhere? Like, are we going to see the Authority telling Cody he's not welcome here? Are we going to see, Sonya doing that and Adam Pearce doing that? I don't know. It's really, really difficult to know as to how they're going to angle it, to be honest. I mean, they could try and pin it back to something that happened, back in the day. I mean, I would imagine there were Seth Stardust encounters, but to be honest, I can't remember anything all that significant. I'm sure there was. We'll find a segment where Seth beat up Cody. I'm sure there'll be no problem with that. But, I kind of think, it would be a mistake to go that route, to be honest. I don't think that Seth would... Because really, Seth ain't going to leave AEW and come back to WWE just because Seth slapped him once in the past. Do you know what I mean? The story is going to need to be stronger than that. I don't think Seth should be the reason Cody is returning. I've said before, I think you've got an opportunity to tell a story, and that story is that Seth wants to tear the WWE down, but he's tried doing it from the outside, and after a couple of years, it hasn't worked. So now he's going to do it from the inside. Like, I love that story. I love that story, and you can only tell that story with Cody and tell it now, right? So I would go that route personally. How that ties in with Seth, I don't know. I think the truth is they probably had the card sorted and Seth was left over. So there's every chance, because this was not the plan. Like, Seth, originally back in January, we heard that Seth was going to be champion and potentially was going to go into WrestleMania. I'm sure Dave Meltzer reported that the 2 championship matches, the one for the Universal was going to be Brock against Roman, and the other one was going to be Seth versus Bobby, or Seth versus Big E, or like one of those kind of matches. But Seth was coming in as champion. So I think, to be honest, it's probably not like a story that has been manufactured on purpose. It's probably because the rest of the card, the build had started. We've already got a lot of stuff in place. We couldn't do putting the title on Seth for various different reasons. Most notably because of the fact we changed direction and we went with Brock at day 1 instead. And, the end result is that, we've got title versus title, winner takes all. And Seth's now left without really a match, and so this could be the match for him. So, yeah, I don't think that it's a case that this is, Vince sitting down months ago going, wow, it'll be brilliant if we get Cody versus Seth because it ties back to this and all that. I think, to be honest, most of these matches were in place. Seth was left over. It's going to be a great match anyway. It's a bit of a dream match. You're taking one of the best workers from AEW, one of the best workers from WWE. Honestly, if you used to ask like 1,000 wrestling fans to book their dream WWE versus AEW cards, I would put good money on there being Seth versus Cody appearing quite a few times. I'm not going to say like that would be the majority of people's picks, but it would appear quite a few times. I don't think there's too many people dreaming of, Jinder versus Cody. But Seth versus Cody, I think absolutely. So, I think it's all right. It's all right. I'm scared of the Logan Paul match at Mania after the absolute failed skull-crushing finale it did. I'm scared it's just going to be a botch. Thoughts? I think that I don't have really any interest in the celebrity matches. I don't care if it's a mess. If it's a mess, I'm not bothered. If it's a mess, I won't say that I told people so, right? Because the problem with the celebrity matches is that these celebrities don't do any other matches. Logan Paul is not having to wrestle week in, week out. He can just spend all of his free time going full on Macho Man Randy Savage WrestleMania 3. And what I mean by that is planning every second of the match, going through every minute detail of the one match that he's going to have to make sure that it is absolutely perfect. They can run. He could grab the Miz and he could grab the Mysterios and they could meet up on a weekly basis and they could run the match again and again and again and again and again. Let's try it again. Try that bit again. Right, this is the bit where you go up top, so now you're going to come crashing down, right? That skull-crushing finale didn't look good. Run it again. Do it again. Yeah, you're not actually, like, what you want to do is you want to get more snap on it, and you need to try and elevate off the ground as well. Run it again. Like, that is what they're doing right now. So if the thing's a disaster after that kind of, focus that's put on those celebrity matches, well, I don't care, to be honest. I mean, these things for me shouldn't be happening anyway. If it's great, I equally don't care because it just doesn't reflect anything. It doesn't reflect like what the wrestlers are doing, like week after week, Raw on Raw. They don't get a chance to kind of run their WrestleMania matches as much. They've got other matches they need to be focused on. They've got other things they need to be working on, media and loads of different stuff. So, yeah, if it goes well, it goes well. If it doesn't, it doesn't. That's my opinion on it. There was another one. Mitchell, shout out to you, said, I think Cody is coming in as an anti-hero, a Stone Cold CM Punk type. He's going to have a lot of pipe bomb style promos against authority figures. I think that would be fun, to be honest. I mean, I honestly, I really don't mind which way they take Cody. I think what you've got with Cody is a gift. You've got an absolute gift. You've got someone there that is left your company and started a rival company. Now, you can use that if you want. You don't have to. If you don't, I think it's a mistake, but you don't have to. You can bring him in as a heel. You can saying that he left and, started a new company but realized he was never going to be as great as Vince McMahon, and now he's here to, once again, learn from the greatest, guy of all time, and align him with Vince. Vince can then send him off to do his dirty work, and in many ways, like what Austin Theory's doing at the moment, but. You could even do like a Austin Theory Cody tag team for a little bit down the road. You could be like the ultimate heel, the guy that does because Austin Theory has not kind of smashed every challenge that Vince has given him. So you could easily make a story where Cody comes in as kind of Austin Theory's big brother, if you will. Someone that Vince trusts. He likes what Cody's got. He likes the balls on Cody to go and set up a rival company. Like, it takes balls to do that, and he respects that. That's the kind of thing Vince would like. Someone standing up to him. It's a famous story actually where didn't he have a go at Kofi or even slap Kofi on an airplane, and Jericho had to turn around to Kofi Kingston. This is when Kofi first started. And he said, you have got to have a go at Vince. You've got to stand up to Vince because he's looking for you to do that. Like, he wants to see that fire. He wants to see that confrontation. Like, if you just take it and shy away, you will go down in his estimation. Like, that is the kind of person Vince is. So, like, a lot of people will think that Cody's coming in and he's going to get buried. I actually think the reverse could be true. I actually think Vince really respects him for going off and showing some fight, showing his teeth, actually going out there and sticking it to him. And now he's gone and got him and brought him back in, and now he works for him. So I think that there's easily a story you could tell there. There's I tried to take you down from the outside. I'm here to bring you down from the inside angle that you could take as well. There's loads and loads that you can do with Cody. There's loads you could do with Cody. So I think it's very, very exciting. I did see Austin earlier saying, I don't care if he's here tonight. I just want him to come in now. I'm so tired of all of this. And I do understand that. Like, this has been a big conversation for a while now. And I do agree. I personally would probably save him for WrestleMania. I would probably have Seth try something else this week. Have Seth try something, have it fail. Like last week when he tried to take over the Kevin Owens show. Have him try something else this week. Have it fail. Have him looking dejected. And then say, I've got one last idea. There's one last thing I've got. And then do it next week. And that thing would be to issue an open challenge at WrestleMania. And then Cody answers it there. I would be leaning that way. But this is what I'm saying. There's so many ways you can take it. Wrestle with Andy. Hello. Have you seen Undertaker on True Geordie? I've not watched it yet. Yeah, I have. And I thought it was absolutely brilliant. I really, really rated it. There was not really much on there that was not told before. That would be my criticism, was I watched it and I didn't get anything I didn't already know. But then, we are really hardcore wrestling fans that watch all the Raws, all the SmackDowns, all the pay-per-views. So we've seen Last Ride, we've watched Undertaker Our Lives. I was looking at it more from a point of view of if I know about wrestling but I don't watch it, I'm a casual, there's probably going to be some stuff in there I didn't know. In fact, there will almost certainly be stuff in there I didn't know. It's only about 39 minutes long. Maybe a bit of a shame it couldn't be longer, but that I didn't think was a big problem. What I liked about True Geordie, though, was the fact that he was very passionate about wrestling, which I think always helps when you do an interview. But he was referencing, I saw this interview. I read Brock's book. He clearly knew about like things that had gone on, and he spoke about Undertaker's different stages, and I thought it was done professionally. I thought it was done really well. But as I said, for me personally, there was nothing I got from it. But yeah, I thought it was done well. So yeah, if you've not seen it, check it out. If you have seen Last Ride and everything, I don't know that there'll be much you'll get from it. But no, I thought it was good. I thought it was good. He talks about the one quote I saw doing the rounds was Undertaker saying that he doesn't think there's much grit in the superstars these days. But that is something that he mentioned before when he was on Rogan. If you remember when he was on Joe Rogan, he said something very, very similar about how the current roster wasn't really, didn't have the same attitude, didn't have the same kind of edge that it had when he was kind of in his prime. And I don't know if there was a backlash to that, but it's been said before. But he just sort of repeated it again, really. And that was at the very end of the interview. That's the only thing I've seen people picking up on. But because he's already said it, it's not really made waves. I'm not seeing people like, wow, did you see what Undertaker said? But yeah, I thought it was good. Edward, shout out to you. Primo said, do you think Aspinall-Volkov ended too prematurely? I felt the fight didn't live up to the hype. I wanted a big showdown. Do I think it ended prematurely? I don't know what you mean. I mean, he choked him out. Volkov couldn't continue, had to tap out. So, it ended when it ended. It ended when Volkov couldn't continue. So I don't think that can be premature, to be honest. I just think Aspinall is that good. Aspinall is someone that has shown that he belongs at the very top of the heavyweight division. I've seen so much praise for him. People saying that like he moves like a middleweight. Like, the way he moves around, he does not move, and he doesn't look like a heavyweight either. Like, if you compare him to a lot of the other heavyweights, not all, but a lot of the other heavyweights, like, he's got a good physique on him. He looks after himself. There's quite a few heavyweights out there that are carrying a little bit of timber, and, they clearly, do hit the weights and do work out or whatever, but, they are carrying a bit of timber on him, and but he's got a great physique to him. His movement is fantastic. Good on the feet. Used to be a pro boxer, so excellent striking. But he just choked out like Volkov and showed that if it goes down to the ground, he's it's not a problem. So I think Aspinall is potentially going to go into the top 5 now, and there's nothing but monster fights for him now. Really, he called out Taito Ivasa, but once he gets past Taito Ivasa, he's going to have to face the likes of Cyril Gane. He's going to have to face the likes of Stipe. These are the names. John Jones, eventually Ngannou, the champion. Like, he's going to have to face these names now. There's no one left. Not unless you're just going to give him, Blades, Dorcas, Rosenstruck, people like that. But he is in amongst it. Do you know that Jericho and Moxley are going to return to WWE? Check Paul Heyman's Twitter. Okay. I am going to now check Paul Heyman's Twitter. What's Paul Heyman said? Paul Heyman. Paul Heyman has said... nothing. I'm checking his Twitter right now. And 5 hours ago, he retweeted about Gable Steveson. An hour ago, he tweeted about Superstar Access. 3 days ago, he tweeted WWE when they asked who is winning at WrestleMania, Brock or Roman. There's nothing there. Surprise, surprise! Mark A. Hicks says, Monday Night Days, good evening. Good evening. Hope you are well, dudes. Mark, shout out to you. Have you something about Gable Steveson? Have you seen Gable Steveson? I saw that he won the NCAA heavyweight thing again. So, I mean, he's a beast. He's been a beast for a long time. I mean, Olympic gold medal last year. So, he's the man. I'm going to... Killer Shock said there's a photo of a Moxley figure. Well, okay. First thing I would say is if there's a picture of a Moxley figure, then honestly, who cares? Second of all, I can't see it. And I think that we're in danger sometimes of like reading too much into stuff. So, you know, if there's a Moxley figure that's like in a background of a picture or something, that does not mean that Moxley's coming back. Can you read my second super chat? Yes. Let's have a look. Mitchell said, my dream booking would be Cody comes in and at WrestleMania, Triple H knocks out Seth with a sledgehammer, hands the hammer to Cody, and then manages Cody. Okay, sounds fun. I mean, the only downside to that would be that Triple H is quite big, and I think bigger than Cody. And I'm personally not a fan of managers being bigger than the wrestlers they're managing. We were talking about this the other day, and I was saying how I think Kayla Braxton would make a good manager because she can talk. She's an interviewer. She's been on like Raw Talk and all them kind of shows. She's a presenter. Granted, it's different to cutting a promo, but I'd have to think she would be able to do that. So I think that she can do that. And also, she's small. She is small. And standing next to a lot of those women, or even a guy, she could like really make them look big. Whereas, you know, if you've got Triple H standing next to Cody, he's going to look small. That's the only problem. So that would be like the only drawback, really. I kind of feel that, you know, Triple H, if he's going to manage someone, maybe Gable Steveson would be a better idea. But even then, I'd want to see them next to each other. A Moss would be brilliant for Triple H to manage if he wasn't as green as grass. Because, you know, Triple H could say that, you know, when he was down in NXT, he knew he had a monster. And now that he doesn't have to worry about NXT so much, he wants to be the one that brings and unleashes that monster on the main roster. And, you know, he could then, like, work with a Moss. Which, I mean, could be brilliant if he could actually get him over and actually get him to be the monster that he looks like. So I'd probably be more inclined to have a look at that. But, yeah, I mean, it would be interesting to see those two aligned. LSW said there's no need to overcomplicate it. No need to reference the fact that he tried to take down WWE from the outside. Just bring him in and treat him like a top star, says LSW. Let's go down. Is that a Rhea Ripley top? It is, yeah. It is. Who have you got for the US title, Finn or Austin Theory? Hoping it'll be Finn, to be honest. We've only just put the title on him. So I think taking the title off him at this stage would be a bit disappointing. So I'm hoping that it's going to be Finn. Night 2 looks good. I think they add RK Bro Alpha Academy Street Profits. If it's anything like the tag match a few weeks ago, then great. Hopefully it's a TLC match or a normal ladder match, said Harley. Mass Chief said, I think Triple H working with Cody in an NWO type angle would be good. Triple H could be mad at Vince for some reason. Triple H brings him in to dominate. High Flyer said, I heard Triple H was staying away from anything on screen, but I would love it if he comes back for something. Primo said, I know you said AEW should consider a move to a bigger network to grow their audience, but this past Friday's NCAA basketball did 3.4 on TNT at 8 p.m. Yeah. I mean, I do think they should go to a bigger network to try and get them a bigger audience. I'm basing that on how many homes that TNT, TBS can get into. I believe it is behind the likes of USA Network and Fox in particular. So, we've seen when WWE moved to, like, FS1, how it really hurts SmackDown's ratings. Like, you can be in the same time slot and be on a FS1, and it I mean, like, honestly, they get below 1 million. It's around 1 million, actually. I think it is just under or around that ballpark compared to the 2.2. So, yeah, I mean, I would stand by that because they've consistently they've brought in CM Punk, they've brought in Bryan Danielson, they've brought in all of this talent, and their biggest rating, I believe, is still that 1.4, which was their debut around the start of AEW, and they just can't get above that mark. And it's certainly not from the want of trying. If you think everything they've tried, it's very, very difficult for them to get above that 1.4 or even get to 1.4. It's not even as if they're knocking at 1.4 on a regular. They're around 1 million. And I know that a lot of people would like to say, yeah, it's because the product's bad. But I actually think the product is better than it's ever been. I genuinely think AEW is doing some of its best work at the moment. So I do think there is something in the network. And I think, comparing it to other sports like NBA, I mean, NCAA, isn't that March Madness? Which is like everyone has that bracket. Everyone's involved in that. I mean, like you're never going to get to those numbers. So, I mean, maybe what it does show is there is room for a bit of growth and that they could get back to that 1.4, 1.5. But I still think it's right to have a look and see, what other opportunities are out there. Rain Prey said, do you think Cody will win a WWE title if he comes back to WWE? I think there's a good chance of it, yeah. Bobby said, I just don't get the hype around Cody. Shaquem said, ABC will be like Fox for AEW. AEW on ABC. I like that. 87 Steven said, I grew up in the golden era, new generation era, and attitude era, and the beginning of the PG era, and today's era. I feel old now. Steven said, WWE bringing a pay-per-view to Wales. That's the rumour, yeah. So apparently they've got a date, they've got a venue. We're building towards the announcement. I don't know when it is, but I mean, there's one pay-per-view they haven't announced. And I think it's September, and honestly, if it's anything other than Cardiff, I'll be shocked. It's been rumored for a long time. There was something that came out about again reports that we know now that it is Cardiff, and it's going to be the Principality Stadium. But I mean, you can imagine they're just waiting for some massive way of announcing it. So I would imagine they don't want to do that until after WrestleMania, or maybe even during WrestleMania. They know that like WrestleMania is all eyes on the product, so maybe they're waiting for WrestleMania to announce it. Would make sense. Did you hear that Kevin Owens and Stone Cold are main event in night 1? I didn't hear that, no. Delmar said, what are your thoughts on Kota Ibushi's Canadian Destroyer on a doll? Yeah, I tweeted it out. There's not really any thoughts to have on it. I don't know the context of it. I don't know why he's doing it. I think that it's something that Jim Cornette would find very annoying. I don't know. I don't know the context to it. I'm not as bothered by it, to be honest, as what Jim Cornette would be. It doesn't really bother me as much because I just kind of think that it's just a guy that's kind of exposed in the business, but the business has been exposed. If this was the 80s, people would be appalled. Maybe even if it was the 90s, people would be appalled. But I think like the business is, everyone knows what the business is now. I don't get why he's doing it though. I don't know why he's doing it, but yeah, I mean, I saw it. I don't really have much of an opinion on it. Mass Chief said TBS is in 90 million, Fox is in 102, USA is in 139. Wow. I must say, TBS and Fox is closer than I thought, but USA Network, 40, nearly 50 million more homes is significant. Have you ever seen Razor versus Shawn Michaels watch along the ladder match? I have, yes. That was very good. They should do more of those kind of matches where they sit both people down and watch them. I did. I thought it was very, very good. Days, will we get a red wedding at WrestleMania like Reggie and Dana Brooke or Tamina and Tozawa? Well, anything can happen at WrestleMania, so never say never, that's what I'll say. Killer Shock said it would have been better if Cody returned at next year's Rumble. Imagine the pop from the crowds. End of Days says, I'm going to WWE in Newcastle and in Cardiff. Days, can you read my super chat? I didn't see it, but it's passed me by, that one. I think maybe as I was reading some of the others. Ethan, shout out to you, said, love the streams. Will we see Cody today? I don't know. Well, I'm asking people that question, and right now they don't know, because I can tell you right now it's 50-50. Right now, well, actually, just updated 51-49. So we've had over 500 votes, and so far, 41% of people, 51% of people are saying yes, 49% of people are saying no. So that's where we are at the moment. So everyone's like, so we'll have to wait and see. I mean, it is being reported, and it is widely believed that he will be at WrestleMania this year. That hasn't gone away. It's not like last week. You might remember there was a lot of disappointment that he wasn't on the show. That hasn't changed anything. It's not like everyone's like, well, he's not coming now, and everyone's gutted or anything. Like, it's still believed that he's going to be Seth's opponent. And actually, I would argue that last week did a job of setting that up. You know, last week we saw Seth Rollins trying to take over Kevin Owens' talk show segment and failed. So he's tried that and it didn't work. So what's he going to do now? Like, they are making a major story out of what is Seth going to do at WrestleMania. And maybe we get our answer tonight. If not, maybe we have to wait a little bit longer. Does Raw start in half an hour? It starts in half an hour, yes. Zykami said, I don't know if it's a rumor or not, but Cody signs with WWE for $3 million. I just want to see Brandy get beat up by Charlotte. Apparently she's not coming in. Apparently Brandy's not coming in, which I'm fine about. But yeah, I don't know. If you're hoping to see Brandy, you might be disappointed. I mean, honestly, who knows? These reports can always be incorrect. But last I saw, it was only Cody that they were looking at bringing in. Mo said, I'm here for Days and Cody tonight. Aqua Rizzle said, who do you think is going to win the WrestleMania Women Attacked in Champions? I'm picking Sasha Banks. Who do you think is going to win WrestleMania Women Tag Team Champions? I don't know what. Oh, does that mean Tag Team Champions? Who's going to be the Tag Team Champions? Who will be the Tag Team Champions? Yeah, maybe Sasha and Naomi. They've put Naomi through a lot, haven't they? What with the whole Sonya thing? So maybe she comes out the other side as a Tag Team Champion. And I think, you know, putting them belts on Sasha would make sense. She's one of their biggest stars. She's not around the title picture at the moment. So, yep, I think Naomi and Sasha would make a really good team. I think they do make a good team. We've seen them a few times in the build to WrestleMania, so I would agree with that. Days, if I was fantasy booking Cody, I would have him beat Seth and then through the weeks after, cut promos and vignettes saying he came back and then have him win Money in the Bank. Master Chief said, I saw on Twitter, super reliable, Brandy has got a cooking on TV deal. She is not coming to WWE. Matt, shout out to you, said, is WWE a healthy organism? Or is it being kept alive with drugs and medicine, high doses of nostalgia, and several shots of celebrity to the veins? It's a good question. I mean, I think if you used to ask people, you'd get different answers. I mean, to be honest, I think that they don't, I suppose for WrestleMania, they've leaned a lot on celebrity, but normal week in, week out, I would argue they don't. You don't tend to get like celebrities on a normal. It's not like every week we get a different celebrity on Raw. We used to with guest hosts and all of that, but we don't now. So I would say for WrestleMania, definitely. And maybe pay-per-views to a degree. I mean, we had Johnny Knoxville at... did we get Bad Bunny as well at Royal Rumble? I think, didn't we get Migos at day one, who didn't do anything? but just walked down to the ring. Didn't even do it. I don't even remember them performing, to be honest. Maybe they did, and I just blanked it out. I don't know. But maybe the pay-per-views, they do lean a bit on celebrity, but not the weekly shows. Nostalgia, honestly, I think you could say an argument they don't lean on that enough. I mean, yeah, we've got Edge, but Edge, I would say, is a current star. He's not there for a nostalgia hit. He's holding his own on the current roster. I don't think we're like bringing out, it's not like we're bringing out Papa Shango and Sid and, here's Hogan and all that kind of stuff. So, I don't know. I mean, there'll be some people that say yes. There'll be some people that say no. I certainly think they're not building stars of the same caliber that we've had in the past, with maybe the exception, of course, of Roman. But, yeah, I think that it's healthy in some ways and it's unhealthy in others. I think it's a bit of a mixed bag. I think there's some truth to it. And I think there's some things that, is doing all right. So a mixed bag would be my answer. Who will be the winner of Cody and Seth? I would have to think Cody. I know a lot of people are thinking that Cody's being brought in just to get buried. And I think that if he loses at WrestleMania, it'll definitely add to that narrative for people. I think it probably would be a bit of a mistake to have Cody come in and lose at WrestleMania in like what I'm sure will be his first match back. So I'm going to say that Cody is going to get the win. Does The Rock come out after Roman beats Brock? Would be great if he did. I mean, I think that The Rock having time to do what we said earlier, like with the celebrities, like rehearse a match, really go through, get himself into, shape, get the ring rust gone, all of that stuff, and get himself WrestleMania ready is a big process. That's not something The Rock can just be, are you free on the second day of WrestleMania because we've got a match for you? Like, that's not going to work. You heard from Undertaker himself say that it would take him 12 months to get WrestleMania ready because he'd have injuries that he'd have to deal with. He'd have to get into shape. He'd have to get back into a ring and run the ropes. And that whole process would take him 12 months. So, like, for The Rock, it probably wouldn't take that long because he's in phenomenal shape. But he's going to be rusty in a ring. Definitely, it's going to be rusty in a ring. So, I think for him to have a main event match with Roman is a big commitment. It's not just, are you free on the second day? But walking out and standing after Roman is beaten Brock and making it known that you're going to be facing him at next year's Mania, that's not a big commitment. You don't need to do anything. Just be there. Just be there. Be there. Walk out. Do what you do best and do what you do naturally. Charisma. Like, taking in the smell of WrestleMania. Maybe not even cutting a promo. I mean, honestly, he doesn't need to say a word. I said before that if you make, like, over the 2 days, a little bit of a thing about next year's WrestleMania, because we know it's in LA, and you could even have next year's sign just up in somewhere, and, like, use it, like, don't forget, guys, next year, we are in LA. Tickets are going to be available later this year. Like, you show the sign so that people know why it's there because you've, done a few little adverts, if you will, for next year. But all you could do then is have The Rock come out at the end. You could have Brock get beaten. And then you could have Roman and the Usos beating up Brock. Rock's music hits, comes out, takes in the smells, looks out at all the millions of people and fans. That obviously stops the attack on Brock. And all he has to do is the classic point at the sign, point at Roman, and he's made it. I mean, like, you don't need any interpretators for that, do you? Point at the sign, point at Roman, and it's on. And like, all he's got to do is just get to WrestleMania to do that. And even if it's not exactly that, or it's something along those lines, maybe he does cut a promo right at the end, then, I think people would love it. And if we are getting that match, let's have 12 months to do it. I mean, we've done it. When we did Rock Cena, we had 12 months. So let's have 12 months. If that's next year's match, let's do it. Let's build it. No one's going to argue about that, are they? If that's how this WrestleMania ends. What a moment. What a WrestleMania moment that would be. That'd be so cool. That'd be so cool. If The Rock came to WrestleMania, means in upcoming pay-per-view, Rock will lose his Universal Championship for Rock. Will Roman lose the belt to Rock? No. I wouldn't think so. Just because Rock's very busy in Hollywood. Why would he put himself in that position whereby he's then got to have rematches and lose the belt? Do you know what I mean? And he ain't going to win it and then forfeit it, because who benefits from that? If you've got Rock, then you've either got him for one match or you might squeeze out a second. If you could get a second out of him and do WrestleMania Backlash, then and do the rematch there, then obviously you could have Rock win and then drop it at WrestleMania Backlash. But I just don't think you'll get Rock for 2 matches. I just think his schedule is so busy. It's not even confirmed they've got him for next year's WrestleMania. This is all fan booking. This is all fantasy land. So hopefully they can get him for next year's WrestleMania. And if they do, I think what you're doing is you're putting Roman over, because Roman's there week in, week out. If he beats The Rock, that is huge. That is huge. Even Rock at this age, that is huge. So it's great for Roman's legacy. Just reinforces, acknowledge him. He is the head of the table. You know, he beat one of the greatest of all time. So, no, I mean, personally, I wouldn't be having The Rock win. I don't see the advantages of it. I'd be putting Roman over. Brock, blood for blood, grabs forklift. What will he grab next? Did you see the rumor of Cody Seth winner faces the champion at WrestleMania Backlash? So, I did. And then I saw as well the fact that that's not what was said. So, again, we've said this a few times, and people have got to be super, super careful here around this time of year in particular, that there's a lot of fake news that's out there. There's a lot of fake news, and it's hard to know where the truth is sometimes. So I got sent this. Alex sent me this. So here's some guy, right? He's called Alex Games Wrestling, okay? He said, the Wrestling Observer has reported that WWE plans for the winner of Seth versus Cody at WrestleMania 38 to face the unified champion at WrestleMania Backlash. Okay, so this Alex Games Wrestling says that Wrestling Observer is saying that these two are going to face, winner faces the champion at WrestleMania Backlash. And then Raj Girl said, no, it doesn't report that. It doesn't say that. So this is your problem. You've got people that are now putting tweets out saying Observer's saying this, Observer's saying that. Unless you've read the Observer yourself. And look how many tweets that's got. 854 likes. 854 likes for that tweet. 117 quote tweets. Genuinely, I haven't read the Observer, so I don't know who's telling the truth. One of these is wrong. One of them's wrong. Either that Alex has made it up, right? Completely made it up. Or, God, why does it keep jumping around? Either that Alex has made it up, or that Raj girl is lying. But those are conflicting reports. And that Raj girl is affiliated with Wrestling Inc. So it's not just like a random YouTuber or random someone that just tweets out. So this is what I'm saying. I don't know where the truth is. I would honestly say, don't get your news from Instagram. Don't get your news from Twitter. There is so much fake stuff that's out there. Don't do it. If you are serious about talking about wrestling news, I would say get a subscription to the Observer and read that yourself, because Meltzer's got his flaws and he's not always right, but I think that 99% of stuff that gets reported is from Dave and it's from the Observer, and he's definitely got stuff right in the past. So a lot of these people will cite the Observer because they know people believe the Observer. Just like that there, where the Observer is saying, and then that guy's going, It doesn't say that. That's not what it says. So go directly to the Observer. If you can't go directly to the Observer, then use someone like Wrestle Talk or use someone like Cultaholic, right? Because those guys, I genuinely believe, read the Wrestling Observer. So if they're going to report it, I believe they've seen it themselves in print. Anyone else, you've got to think that they are either making it up, like misunderstanding it, interpreting it wrong. Like there's so much stuff, there's people out there that are purposefully putting out fake news. There's people out there that are trying to tell you wrong information. And because it's WrestleMania season, it's worse now than ever. So just be aware of it. Just be aware of it. There's people out there trying to catch you out. And I would say that stuff really thrives on social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. If you can get it straight from Sean Ross Sapp and Fightful and their Patreon, if you can get it straight from the Observer, I would say those two are probably the two most reliable sources if you want that kind of information. And anyone else, I think, tends to just use those two sources. To be honest, that's, Meltzer's reporting, Sean Ross Sapp is reporting. It tends to come from there. Wrestle votes have been off recently. Wrestle votes, just to be honest, they've sent out, like, keep your eyes on the Garden. Yeah? And it's like, for what? For what? Roman beating up Brock? It wasn't that big of a deal, was it? I mean, like, everyone was like, who's going to be facing Brock Lesnar and all this? And, I can't even remember who it was. Austin Theory, I think it was. So that seemed a little bit off. There's been a few times they've sent out, like the other day, eyeball emoji. Nothing happened. So but they have got stuff right in the past as well. So if you want to use them, I think they're in my good books just. They're still in my good books just. But I can't say they're any better or worse than Dave Meltzer or Sean Ross Sapp. Sean Ross Sapp seems to be quite good. Matt said, I'll keep the super chats to a minimum. But in regard to WrestleMania, what are some of the main ingredients to make a good, if not great one? Well, the card. The card, definitely. I think the card is very important. You can argue the most important part. I think if you have, no disrespect to Baron Corbin, but Baron Corbin against Drew McIntyre, I can tell you for now, I'm going into that match not that bothered. I'm not that bothered by that match. I don't think the build has been brilliant. I don't think the way they've booked Baron Corbin has been brilliant. And so I'm already going into that match with low expectations. Now, could they smash it and absolutely exceed those expectations and give us one of the best wrestling matches ever? Sure. It's probably unlikely, though, because they're going to have to make you care. And to be honest, with Drew coming down with his sword and Happy Corbin knocking around with Madcap Moss just being a goof, like, it's hard for me to care. I don't care. I don't care who wins. That's part of the problem. I think if you can get the card right to the point where you genuinely care who wins, it matters to you who wins, like, that is a good starting point. Then you need the matches to deliver. Like, you need each match to have its moments to build the drama. You don't want every match to be the same. Like, I fully appreciate you're going to need, like, some that are fast-paced, some that are slow burners. Nice little mixture. And I think that will help things as well. And then, some nice little moments whereby you get, but you get them naturally. Like, the Hall of Fame segment is just I love that. The Hall of Fame segment, I think, is great. And this year, we'll get to applaud, Undertaker, sprinkle in a few WrestleMania moments, and boom. I mean, that's it. That's all you need. Great card, great matches, interesting segments like the Hall of Fame segment. The odd WrestleMania moment, be it The Rock coming out at the end. Boom. I mean, you don't need to really overcomplicate things. Doesn't need anything really more than that. So hopefully we can get close to that this year. Right. I think, are we kind of up to date? We've got 8 minutes. 8 minutes, I tell you, until we're going over to this week's WWE Raw. Will we get Cody. Will we get Cody? So 52% right now are saying yes. 48% saying no way, Jose. I don't think we're getting him. But, yeah, at the moment, it's very, very close. When do you think Bayley will return? I think there's going to be a lot of returns night after WrestleMania. I think there'll be some at WrestleMania, but this year's Raw after WrestleMania is being advertised as a big deal, and we haven't had that for the past 2 years. So 2 years ago, there was no one because it was the pandemic, and it was WrestleMania 36. Last year, we had a crowd at WrestleMania 37, but we didn't have a crowd at the Raw after WrestleMania. This year, it's the first year we're going to have a crowd at Raw. It's going to be international as well. I mean, you can travel to America right now from the UK, and, you know, there's going to be people that want to go. There's going to be people that haven't been out and have saved their money and, you know, let's go to WrestleMania type thing. Obviously, it's a massive weekend as well because it's 100,000 twice. So just think of, like, I should imagine the Raw must be sold out by now. Must be. They must have sold that Raw out. And I can see that being a good old-fashioned Raw after WrestleMania. So I can't say if she comes back at Mania or if she comes back after WrestleMania, but we can't be too far away. I've seen pictures of her. She's not got, like, it was Asuka that had her arm, wasn't it? And I think it was Bayley that had her knee. I've not seen her, like, wearing any supports or anything in a few images I've seen recently. So how close she is to coming back, I'm not sure, but we've got to be around the time. So I don't think it's going to be too much longer. Same with, like, Alexa. I feel like they'll start doing something with her after Mania. They'll do something with Alexa. They'll do something with Bayley. We can't be far from Asuka coming back as well. I mean, honestly, I was expecting some of these 2 months ago at the Royal Rumble, so we can't be too far from these coming back. Days have been a big fan, been watching since WrestleMania 35, but I was only just now allowed to create an account, so I wanted to say hey to this wonderful community. Freddie, shout out to you, dudes. It's really cool. Shout out to you, Freddie. It is weird to think there's a lot of people that watch that just kind of lurk in the background, which, you know, shout out to you. Fair play. I would do that as well, to be honest, because I used to, before I was on YouTube, I never had an account. So I never watched live streams either, to be honest. But I used to watch, like, videos, and I never commented because I didn't have an account. And if I had watched a live stream, I wouldn't have commented because I didn't have an account. So I always had that sign in here kind of option, but I never created an account. So I would be a lurker as well. So, yeah, welcome. Shout out to you, Freddie. I never thought I'd live in a world where there's more chance of you fighting at a future WrestleMania than CM Punk. Will you be attending the UK pay-per-view? I'll buy you a pint there, says Lewis. Well, I wasn't until now, Lewis. Now that I know there's a pint in it for me. No, I won't be, bud, sadly. I'll be streaming it. So, I mean, if I'm there, I can't stream it. I mean, I suppose I'd be able to go and do, like, live reactions in the crowd, kind of thing you see Grim doing and all of that. But to be honest, I mean, like, I'm quite happy here. I'm quite happy here with you guys. So, yeah, even if it was WrestleMania, I would be here with you lot. If it was WrestleMania, the one thing I would definitely do is go to Access. That is something I would love to do. I would love, at some point in my life, to get into a wrestling ring. You know, I think that would be such a cool experience. Just to get in a ring and just, like, look around and, like, you've got the size of the ring and you are just in there and you can see the turnbuckles and you can see how big, like, it actually is standing in there. And do you know what I mean? Like, everything, well, not all the wrestling, but 99.9% of the matches we see are in a ring. Yes, you've got cinematic ones that aren't, but 99.9 are. So I think to actually be in there and actually, like, look at the dimensions, look at the turnbuckles, just think about some of those iconic matches. Like, first that would come to my mind would be Hogan Andre. I'd be like, oh god, man, look at that. Oh, and I'd be, like, visualizing her and, like, yeah, it'd be so cool. That's the kind of thing you can do at Access. And they've got, like a load of the old entrance ways. If you watched in the 90s, there was, like, a neon entranceway that had lights all around. Like, if you watch the early... I don't think it was on the early Raws. I think it was, actually. I think, like, sometimes it was, sometimes it wasn't on the early Raws. But, like, yeah, there's a neon entranceway. And that's there as well. They are doing an Access this year, but the Access this year is it's a bit weird. It's not as big as it usually is. Like, it's got, we spoke about it on the last stream. It's got Alexa's Playground, Miz TV, Kevin Owens Show, Undertaker's Graveyards. There was something else as well. Alexa's Playground, Miz TV, Kevin Owens Show, Undertaker's Graveyard. There was something else, and I can't remember. I know you can create an entrance, but yeah, they've got like things if you do go to WrestleMania this year. But it's not as big as it normally is. I don't know why. Do you think WWE should revive the NWO gimmick to push new and young talent? No. I think that if you do it now, it will always be compared to what it was, and it will never be better than it was. It was close to perfect. I mean, that is one of the biggest factions of all time. So, could you do a group similar to it now? Sure. But I wouldn't do NWO. I wouldn't do New World Order. Not. I mean, what would they be now? The New World Order. The New World Order. Double NWO, the New World Order. So I would stay away from it unless you brought back Hall to, like, you know, grab a few guys he likes the look of to, you know, be a part of it, or maybe Hogan. But to be honest, I'd probably just use a different name because I think that you'd be compared to it, and I think that's going to be hard. It's going to be really hard. Here we go, then. Here we go. Killer Shark, shout out to you. RK Bro versus Alpha Academy tonight for the Raw titles. Thoughts? I think the tag titles are a bit dead. I think that they have put a bit of a spotlight on them, and I think RK Bro are a fun team, but the spotlight that's been put on the tag titles has been one of, dare I say, silliness. You know, with scooter races, quizzes, things like that. So, I mean, honestly, if RK Bro keep them, cool. If Alpha Academy get them back, cool. Damn, man, we're starting with Stone Cold? Damn! Anyone expecting this? I don't remember seeing that Stone Cold was on. The music, is it not? Is it going to be, is it not? I'm guessing it's not. Is it? Oh my God, that is amazing! Kevin Owens comes out. Wow! Owens has come out dressed as Stone Cold. Oh my God. That is brilliant. That is brilliant. That is brilliant. I want to try and see if I can get a picture of it. Say what? What? Guys, oh my God. That is so funny. Mattel absolutely need to make a figure of that. That is so good. That is gonna be absolutely flipping everywhere. That is amazing. I want to show you this picture. There he is. He's come out to Austin's music, and he's got the Austin 316 shirt on. Shaved his head bald. He's got the knee braces on and everything. That is a brilliant start. What? That is brilliant. KO is funny. This is perfect. He says, "Give me a hell yeah," and he in fairness, he gets one. Now that is great. That is creative. That is great. He might be wearing a bald cap. Oh, I don't know. Maybe. If he is, he's hiding it really well. Yeah, he might be, actually. Yeah, he is. I think he is. Yeah, you're right. He is. He hasn't shaved his hair. It's done very well. Yeah, you can see it now that it's close up, look. Yeah, it's really good. It's really good. It looks like a shaved head. It's done really well. Surely a bald cap. It doesn't suit him if it's real. Kevin Owens' childlike dream comes true. It's a great start. It's ball cap. Looks like Play-Doh than a ball cap. Okay. Changed mind. I'm going to WrestleMania now. It's done very well. Yeah, that from a distance, yeah. I mean, when you get close, you can see what it is. But from a distance, it looked like he was bald. It's not like, you know, he's put it on and you can still see bits of hair at the side or anything like this. Like, they've put it on, actually, like, stuck it down. When you get close, it's, you can tell. Boos raining down for him. That got the crowd fired up, though, didn't it? Like, what? They didn't announce Stone Cold. Surely if you had Stone Cold, you would have announced him. We want Austin is the chant. We want Austin. You've got to be the No way. His music hits again. They're saying we want Austin. They're going to bring him out now, surely. Not unless he's trolled us twice, which would be amazing. Has he trolled twice? Has he trolled twice? Oh my god. I think is it gonna hit and he is gonna come down though? That is so good. For you once. Damn, man. Shame on you for being idiots. Damn, that was good. That was really good. So he's pretending to be Stone Cold. He said, I'm going to drink some beers before I get the ass kicking of a lifetime. Beer gets thrown. Beer gets thrown in and he's dropping them. Couple of beers on the ground that he's fumbled. Tell you what, though, when Austin comes out, and I don't know if he's coming out on this show, this place is going to go banana. We're getting some bad language here, aren't we? Getting some bad language. Right, well, this guy's getting stunned, isn't he? So the guy that threw the beer has got in. Put it in my hand. kick, boom, stunner. Those beers are the Broken Skull ones. Those are Stone Cold's beers. It's fun, though. It's a fun segment. One of the best KO segments ever. It's brilliant, isn't it, Moldy? Yeah. Got me excited, said CJ. He's tipping the beer all over this guy. Yeah, I agree, because he's really disrespecting Stone Cold here, making him out to be like a joke. Booze. Booze. Heavy booze for Kevin Owens. That's not funny. Ice Ball Chief books Anna from Texas. I love Kevin Owens, says Moldy. One of the best starts to Raw for a long time, says Terry. Darwin said KO done a brilliant job. Yeah, I agree. I completely agree. I think that it was quite striking when he came out. I think that for WWE to throw us off and think it was Stone Cold, and then like you go, hang on, is it a swerve? And then for them to do it twice. I thought, like, what he was saying in the ring maybe lacked a bit of punch. Don't really remember too much of what he was actually saying. Maybe the promo could have had a little bit more in there. But it didn't need it. I mean, it's all about the visual on that. Right, we're seeing last Monday, Kevin Owens and Seth. And obviously we saw what happened last week. Freddie said, I've got a crush on Alexa. Did you see Alexa this week having to come out and, like... I mean, look, I'm quite critical of Alexa. Just because I've not been enjoying her recent gimmicks, but let's not get it twisted. She should not have to be tweeting out the flipping stuff she was tweeting out the other day. Not her fault. Lunatics that are out there. She said on Twitter, I really hate having to say that this needs to be said again. No, you are not talking to me on any other social outlets. No, you do not get DMs from a personal account from me. No, we are not dating. There's people out there thinking they're dating Alexa Bliss. Well, one person is. No, I am not asking for money. And death threats to me and my fiance are not okay. That is horrific. That is horrific. That is horrific. That should never need to be said. You're not going to this year's WrestleMania. Seth, what's Seth gonna do? Cody chants. Cody chants. Seth is laughing. I wonder, you know, when they're chanting Cody, he said, I'm going to borrow this. You know, when they're chanting Cody, do you think he can spin it? Make out they're saying Colby, because that's his real name. Here are the Mysterios. Don't know what they're doing, but I'm sure we're going to see the Miz and maybe Logan Paul. Cody. That goes to show how horrifying social media can be. I know. It's quite scary to think, you know. I mean, you never quite know who you're talking to, but it is scary to think there's people out there that could... How do you even get into the mindset where you believe that you are dating Alexa Bliss? Like, genuinely, how could you get into that mindset? Like, you've never met her. Or maybe you have met her, but it would only be like a fan thing. And somehow there's people that believe they're now dating Alexa Bliss in DMs and all this. It's like, That's a level of delusion I'll just never quite understand. Colby is real name of who? Real name of Seth, innit? Make sure I've got that right. Colby Daniel Lopez is Seth's name. He probably won't, because he's known as Seth Rollins. But I just thought if they want to try and disguise the Cody chants to make out as if they're saying something else, you could always go down the road of saying this. Thank you for chanting Colby, but guys, my name is Seth Rollins here, or something like that. Do you see Ronda beating Becky next year at Mania? I don't know. I think that's a really difficult one because I think she's done after that. Apparently, she's around for 12 months and then she's gone. And I'm a big believer that you lose your last match, so maybe not. To be honest, I wouldn't want Ronda winning and then leave him. I wouldn't. I'd want her to lose. So I genuinely don't know. Because I don't think she wants to lose twice against Becky. So that she might win and then leave. And I think that'd be annoying. If Kevin Owens comes out again, I've got a feeling that Austin is really showing up, says channel name. Corvid said it's weird that anytime an NXT roster member is holding an NXT belt and then shows up on the main roster, they don't have the belt. But when Dolph wins, he brings it out. Corey and Emma, shout out to you. British Sadball Prank said, great start, and then a Dirty Dogs match to lower the tone straight away. Why? Alexa doesn't deserve death threats. 100% she doesn't. Not 100% she does. 100% she doesn't. To be fair, Days, the brain is an extremely precious thing. People can genuinely be really poorly. That is true. That is true. It's there's definitely people out there that have got, mental health struggles and everything, and, it could be that she, there's the kind of people that she's referring to. It's just scary to think, though, that is a situation that, she finds herself in. I mean, it makes you wonder, doesn't it, about, like, how could social media be made to be a bit safer? Because that's horrific. She can't be alone. If Alexa's what's Alexa doing at the moment? Do you know what I mean? She's not even really doing much. Yet she's getting death threats and people thinking that they're on dates with her. I reckon you'd find that's probably happening with the majority. That is not an isolated case. So it is scary to think that is something that, these people have to put up with. That's cool how they showed a guy wearing a CM Punk shirt, says JHC. Dolph looks good with the NXT belt, says Jordan. Are they already in the ring, are they, the Dirty Dogs? I didn't actually see them. We've got Dominic and we've got Ray. They obviously made a surprise appearance on NXT last week. Ronda might take on Becky at SummerSlam for the win. Hopefully she loses the title to someone. She would like to drop the belt to Shayna for her last match. Yeah, that would be good. The plan, though, apparently is Charlotte this year, Becky next year. But, I mean, look, that's a rumour, and it can always change. You're absolutely right. Remember, it happened with Sonya. We should start a petition to ban social media, says Killer Shock. Well, I mean, look, there's some good stuff that happens on there as well. But there's a lot of bad. There's a lot of fake news. There's a lot of rubbish that's on there. There's a lot of abuse that's on there. It's got pros and cons like most things. WrestleMania, then we've got the Mysterios against Miz and Logan Paul. So, the Mysterios against Miz and Logan Paul just being advertised. And here come Dirty Dogs getting an entrance. Dirty Dogs getting an entrance of their own, second entrance. Dolph coming out with the NXT Championship. And it's really a way, I suppose, to advertise the fact that Dolph is on a Tuesday. Here's Miz. So, Miz making his way out. That'll come to the surprise of no one. So we've got The Miz. I don't know if he's going to be at ringside or on commentary, but it looks like it's just The Miz. Doesn't look like Logan's there this week. How are you doing? I woke up. Will you do a Ring of Honor pay-per-view? It's the first one by Tony, and it's in April. I genuinely, I don't know, to be honest. I genuinely don't know. I'd have to have a look, see what if it clashes with summer. So, I don't know. Do you remember what Paddy said at the weekend about Zuckerberg? I don't understand how he can allow for all the hate on the platforms and delete accounts like Paddy's, says AJ. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what happened with that. I mean, apparently, like, his account got deleted. There must be a reason as to why it got deleted. I don't know. I'm sure if I watch enough Paddy interviews, I'll find out, you know, why. But, yeah. They said, who do you want to call out after his fight? He called out Mark Zuckerberg of Facebook. Elliot, shout out to you, said Seth, Kevin Owens, and Sammy are doing a great job of building WrestleMania feuds without opponents ever actually appearing. This WrestleMania might not be great, but it should be fun, says Elliot. Well, it's going to be massive. I mean, WrestleMania always is, and I think one thing they've done this year is make it feel big. I'll give them that. You know, the fact that we've got two nights in such a big stadium, that makes it feel big. The fact that obviously there's a lot of people involved, people, not only wrestlers, but people from outside the industry as well. Adverts running all the time. It does definitely feel like a big WrestleMania, which is good because obviously, you know, 2 years ago we had WrestleMania 36 with no crowds. Last year we had a reduced crowd, wasn't it? Only like 25% capacity. Here's Seth. Seth's coming down. This is interesting. Seth Rollins is making his way down. Sam Bellissimo said WWE on Twitter just tease Cody. Okay, well, Seth's just come out during a match. This show doesn't move another second till the world hears what I've got to say. I feel like we've got something happening here. I am Seth freaking Rollins. I am going to get a WrestleMania spot. What's he got to say? I don't want any spot. Microphone goes off. WrestleMania. Was the microphone meant to die? Yeah, I think it is meant to die. Oh my God. I came for Stone Cold last week. I want bigger. His microphone keeps going off, so he can't. You're trying to shut me up. Well, he's not going to come out and say, I want Cody Rhodes, is he? Why would he ever do that? Why would he come out and say, I want Cody? Unless he says, I've seen there's someone that's now a free agent or something like this. I know of someone that's out there that I genuinely think would be my biggest challenge, or where you at, Cody Rhodes? But I can't see them doing that. I don't know how we're going to get there, but God, they're building this up. Last week's main event was about him like trying to take over the Kevin Owens show. Now he's interrupted a match. Like, we were in the middle of a match and he's just come out and like tried to cut a promo, but the mic keeps going. I wanted Stone Cold, but that didn't work. So, yeah, they're building it. This Raw has been amazing. I'm loving it, says Jacob. This show has been crazy so far, says Trent. Root Beer said, Ring of Honor is on April 1st. It's the same night as SmackDown before WrestleMania, but you should watch that instead. No, that's not happening, is it? We'll be watching SmackDown, and then I think straight after SmackDown is the Hall of Fame with Undertaker going in. James Chadwick, hello. Hope you're well. Buds, shout out to you. Sam saying that WWE just teased Cody on Twitter. I just looked. It was basically the promo we just saw from Seth. Just saying that... just saying that he had something to say. But, yeah, the microphone didn't work. Imagine if we get Veer tonight, says Rai. So far, what match are you looking forward to the most? Probably Brock Roman, just because I think the Roman story has been the best story. And I think Paul Heyman going back and forth between the two of them has been interesting. And it's got both the belts involved. It feels, I mean, they're saying it's the biggest WrestleMania main event of all time. It's not, but it's one of. I mean, I would agree it's right up there. I mean, I would say that it beats probably Hogan against King Kong Bundy. It probably beats quite a few of the kind of official main event matches we've had over the years. But I wouldn't say it was the biggest. But yeah, I'm probably most looking forward to that. Any that have got like the titles involved in, really. I mean, like Charlotte, Ronda. I don't mind Ronda. I don't mind Charlotte. So I think that'll be a decent match. Again, you know, Ronda's been away for a while, but you know that she's going to be just drilling with Charlotte to make sure that match is the best it can be. Becky Bianca, so that Bianca can get revenge for what happened at SummerSlam. I think that'll be good. The Cody match, if that's where we're going. I mean, that once that's booked, that'll be it. That'll be the match I'm probably most looking forward to, Seth and Cody. Just got to get there, though, haven't we? He needs a microphone that works. But we've gone back and no Seth. So I do feel like there's going to be a bombshell on this show. You know, we've had Kevin Owens teasing Stone Cold. We never got Stone Cold. Now we've got Cody teasing a big announcement. We haven't got it. I feel like the building, it's a great start. And I feel like we're going to get something the further we go into the show. See, it's sent on by Rey Mysterio. WWE on Twitter said the past few weeks have been a nightmare for Seth. They must be talking about the American Nightmare. Trent said, does WWE have the rights to the American Nightmare entrance and name? I believe so. I don't think Tony Khan owns those. Charlotte said, I might skip night one of WrestleMania. Ronda Charlotte is terrible, in my opinion. Samuel said, I wonder what the new unified title will look like. Apparently there isn't one. Apparently they're keeping them as two separate belts. So unified just means that one person holds both belts. That would be unified, you know. One person has now holds both the titles, so both of the titles are now unified to that one person. It doesn't necessarily mean there's just one belt. And the rumours are that there won't be after. I missed that Seth interruption. It was quite exciting, but it didn't lead anywhere. The microphone just cut out, and that was all we got. Big appearances after WrestleMania that I predict, said BBB Yipsy. We will see the return of one of these. Asuka, Bayley, Lacey Evans for women. What do you think for men? Veer may be showing up. Veer, Gable Steveson. Maybe the official call-up of Bron Breakker. Maybe Elias. Maybe. Maybe Tommaso. Official call up for Tommaso. So yeah, I don't know if on the men's side if there's anything massive outside of Gable Steveson, but I think Gable Steveson is going to be presented as a problem. So he will be presented as being a big deal. Dominic rolling up Robert Roode. Robert Roode over by the side of the ropes. Dominic going against the ropes, looking for a 619. There's reports that Ronda signed a 3-year deal, says Edwards. 1, 2, 3. Dominic pins Robert Roode. Dom is good in ring, but his appearance sucks, says Tahil. Legend Killer, shout out to you. Miz attacks Ray, and we get a skull-crushing finale on the outside of the ring. Skull-crushing finale on the outside of the ring. Wow, and the mask is pulled off. We've seen that before. Rey Mysterio's mask is removed. Man United Hodge said Logan uploaded the sketch of his attire on Twitter. Here we go. Look, Dominic jumps out the ring, and Dominic is so appalled by his own father's face that he puts a towel on it. He puts a towel over his father's face. Dominic is, fun fact, Dominic is physically sick whenever he sees his own father's face. So he has to put a towel over it. Sign being ripped up as well. There's what Logan's saying that he's going to wear. Rough sketch of what he's going to wear at WrestleMania. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know if I showed you long enough, but there it is. You get the idea. So Miz standing with Rey Mysterio's mask. We're backstage with Seth. Seth having a word with Sonya and Adam Pearce. I want the biggest spotlight. I want a main event. Yeah. Yeah. Acting like a lunatic won't get you what you want. We get it, that you're frustrated. You failed. Let's calm down. Adam Pearce said, maybe there's something we can do. Seth laughs and leaves. Okay. Would you want it to be only one belt? Not really. I mean, I do think that one world champion has its advantages, but I just don't have any confidence WWE would do it right. I think that if you had one champion, they would be overexposed and you would see them too much. Here's Gable and Otis in a vignette. Is this an advert? I feel like this is an advert. Yeah, for Snickers. There we go. An advert for Snickers by the Alpha Academy. That was a bit random. Didn't expect them to be in an advert. Basically, Gable said, trust me, I'm going to catch you type thing. And he fell the wrong way, and he didn't catch him. Man United Hodge, thank you for that, by the way. Let me know about that Logan Paul thing. Just letting good to show people so that people know what to expect if he does go that way. Otis is looking good. Darcy said, Days KO is genuinely one of the best promos, and English isn't even his first language. That's a good point. That's a good point. The start to Raw has been class. I agree. Shoosh. Thank you, says LD Cole. That's right. Cody came back home where he belongs. I hear they're going to do a new Ring of Honor TV show. I don't know if that's going to be on TV or streaming online. I would love to see you watch that, says Root Beer Floats. I got to be honest. I mean, like, it's not on my radar. I feel like this is going to be the developmental for AEW, which is going to have an appeal. But I don't know that it's going to be on TV. I think it's going to have a limited appeal. I think that NXT feeds into Raw that gets 1.7, 1.8 million views, and SmackDown that gets 2.2. Plus, the WWE name itself is just so powerful that, NXT, their developmental, gets about 500,000. I would be surprised. I mean, I don't even know where it's going to go. I would imagine it'll go on a small network. Maybe it stays on Sinclair. I mean, honestly, I can see that not getting many views at all, if that's what's going to happen. So, without knowing when it's on, what the plans are for it, like, right now, it's just not on my radar. But, I wish them all the best. Will you be streaming the CYN shows? No. They had no choice but to put a towel over Ray's face. After all, Seth removed his eye and his face is badly disfigured. Dort Knight said, I guarantee you can beat the Kevin Owens promo if you appear on the WrestleMania stream with a 316 shirt and a half cap, swigging non-alcoholic beers all night. What? What superstars do you think need a manager, Amos? Amos. I didn't even need to think about it. Amos. Amos is like, he's got an incredible look. He's really tall. He's something that's really different. He's someone that we were really excited to see. I think him working with AJ Styles did next to nothing for him. I really don't understand why he's still as bad as what he is. I don't understand how he's not presenting himself as more of a monster. I don't understand why he's struggling with it. I don't know. I really don't know. If I was with Amos, what I would do is I would get every TV performance he's done so far. I would sit him down and we'd watch it, and I would go through every single thing that he's done wrong. And then, like, hopefully by the time we get to, like, the more recent performances, I'd be like, you tell me now. Come out, and as you're coming out, tell me everything you like what you see and everything you don't like what you see. And I'll see if, like, what I'm seeing, I agree. Because some of it is mannerisms. Some of it is, like, taking his time rather than just rushing in stuff. Some of it is, like, the way that he does his promos. Some of it is, as he said, as simple as, like, as he's making his way to the ring, where's his focus? Is he interacting with the crowd? How does he get into the ring? Does he go over the top rope? Again, once he's in there, how's he interacting with the crowds? I'd want to look at all of that. But he doesn't feel like a big star to me at the moment. I think he needs a manager. Certainly someone to do the talking for him at the moment. But I think someone just to sit down with him as well. I don't know who's doing that. Right, Miz is backstage being interviewed about why he's just taken Ray's mask. Logan Paul grew up to find out what a jerk Rey Mysterio is. The Mysterios have shown Logan and I nothing but disrespect. I'm getting Shakespeare quoted now. Well, not quite, but to humiliate or not to humiliate, that is the question. Okay, so he's going to give this to Logan, and he says, wear this next week. So he's going to give the mask to Logan. Is he going to fit on Logan's head? Logan's going to put Ray's mask. It's going to come to about here. He ain't going to be able to get it over his head. Right now, they're looking at Roman and Brock. Roman and Brock. Dave's got an email today about SummerSlam. The cheapest ones they've released are $275. Jesus. Isn't that in a stadium? I think they're doing all stadium shows, aren't they? Why, if they're filling a stadium, why are all the tickets so expensive? Are they like early bird ones or something? That's madness. That's madness. We had refs and commentators. We need a heel reporter. Kevin Patrick should go heel. BB Yipsy said, how cool would it be when Owens is interviewing Stone Cold, and Stone Cold said he wishes Owens did not have his move and said someone should have it. And then Aaliyah 317 comes down. Yeah! They haven't done enough with Aaliyah 317. Aaliyah 317 could have been such a big thing. They've done nothing with it. It's as if someone that makes the t-shirts discovered the, was like, she did it she won in 3 minutes 17. Or 3 seconds 17. Let's do Aaliyah 317. And because it wasn't Vince's idea, it's not been pushed or anything. I think that's a real shame. I'm surprised Money in the Bank is going to be held in a stadium. Sam said he wants Logan to put it on so he gets the poop kicked out of him. Ron said WWE would be so great if they had actual wrestling on it. Austin 316 said Aaliyah 317 was lame. What? How dare you? Talking about people sitting down after matches and segments, Will Hobbs came out today and said Punk is always waiting for him at the curtain, and they instantly go over Hobbs' matches. Oh, that's good. Yeah, I mean, in all fairness, I think there probably is a lot that do that in AEW. I know that Brian Danielson is doing a lot of work with Jade and working with, trying to improve Jade on her matches. There's a lot of mentorship. And I'm not saying that that's not the case in WWE. I'm sure someone is working with Amos, but I'm not seeing much improvement at this stage. I still feel like the way he carries himself is very similar to when he first arrived. I'm really not seeing much difference. Him before being partnered with AJ seems to be the same as him after his partnership with AJ. So, I don't know. I just don't know if anyone's doing that with him. Maybe they are. Maybe he's just a really slow learner. Here he comes, talking about him. Let's see what he's got. I don't know if he's having a match or if he's going to cut a promo or something. Right, Amos making his way out. Looking quite focused. Walking quite slow. Cameras down low. That's a new little change they've done. Calling him the Colossus. One thing I would say to him is when you walk him, walk with a bit more of just a little bit more of a stomp. The way he's walking slow, but it's very nonchalant. It's very casual. It's very but really just a little bit more presence. I'd even have it with his arms out, like Giant Gonzalez used to. Arms out. Maybe when he first comes out, he could just do that to show just how wide, how big a frame he's got. And that's a shame as well, because when he gets in there and he's oh, they cut straight to commercial break. They just kind of cut the legs off him. But the first 40 minutes of this Raw has made me 10 times more excited for WrestleMania. It's been great. It's been a really, really good start. I mean, there's really not anything to criticize so far. I think that the Mysterio's Dirty Dogs match wasn't, grabbing me, but they had Seth come out and cut that promo. And, you know, Miz stole Ray's mask afterwards, and, you know, we've got a talking point there. The start with Kevin Owens is absolutely fantastic. And we got a Moss out there now. We'll see where this goes. But, yeah, I agree. I agree. He's not Godzilla. No, but he should be presented as Godzilla. He should. That's exactly how he should be presented. He should come down and, like, really show off his size. And that's why if you used to put him with, like, a small manager as well, then, again, it would just reinforce how big he is. Just really keep hammering that home. He does have to be treated different to everyone else, because he is different to everyone else. That's his USP. MVP should get a Moss. Oh, that would be good, actually, Larry. Yeah, that would be good. That would be good. I'd like to see MVP with a Moss. That would be good. That Ring of Honor Supercard is on a pay-per-view. It's on at the same time as SmackDown and Hall of Fame. I want a Moss to be a cruiserweight. This looks like a setup for a Nigerian faction with Apollo as the mouthpiece and the Twin Towers going after the tag belts, says Ponton. Okay. I mean, we'll see how that goes. If that's how they're going to go, we'll see how it goes. I don't mind the two big men together. Traditionally, you would have, like, one guy be a bit smaller, but we have had two big guys. You know, Natural Disasters weren't big, but they were both wide, heavy. Do you know what I mean? But I'm thinking, like, you know, Mo and Mabel, Men on a Mission. That was one big, one small. Jerry Show with, like, Big Show and Chris Jericho. And there's a few examples where you've had a big guy and a smaller guy. Look at Jurassic Express with Jungle Boy and Luchasaurus. But yeah, I'd be down for seeing it. What is the channel for Raw? I'm watching it on BT Sport in America. It's on USA Network. Let's not forget AEW's secondary home is Chicago, the city they're in tonight. How big of an FU to AEW would it be if they had Cody return in Punk's hometown? I don't know. I don't think it would matter, to be honest. I don't think that stuff really matters. I mean, to be honest, I didn't even know we were in Chicago. So, don't know. Last week, a lot of people thought we were going to be getting him coming out in Jacksonville. But obviously didn't work out that way. That's why there was so much excitement last week, because that was in AEW's, what people perceive to be their proper home. It's where Daly's place is, isn't it? Home of the Jacksonville Jaguars and all that. We are just seeing last week with Amos and Commander Aziz. Do you think Amos will have a match at WrestleMania? I believe so, yes. Malcolm Bivens with Amos. I would love that as well, yes. I would love that as well. Malcolm Bivens or MVP. Yeah, I think either of those would be brilliant. Either of those would be great. They are presenting him differently. Seen this the past few weeks where the camera, like, looks up more, and, like, here we've just come in and the camera's kind of run up like that. Here comes Commander Aziz then. Commander Aziz versus Amos. To be honest, I have to have the sound turned down. You'd probably be able to tell me better than I would know, but I don't know that Amos's music is right. I can't say I ever hear his music or hear anyone talk about how amazing his music is. I feel like his music needs to be, you know, kind of big and booming and, like, really get the place, like, going. But I think he's got pretty generic music. Here comes Commander Aziz anyway. Apollo on the outside. Amos just standing right in the center. He's got a great look, isn't he? He has got a great look. Do you think Amos needs a new outfit? I don't think he don't need to be wearing what the Giant Gonzalez wore. I think this is passable. It's passable. He's pushing down. It's a bit of a 2-on-1 at the moment. Amos going over that top rope. Enziguri kick by Apollo. To the outside goes Amos. Strikes coming in by Aziz. Amos grabs Commander Aziz. He grabs Apollo. Aziz breaks out. Kick to the midsection. Strikes coming in by Aziz. We're on the outside of the ring. Massive uppercut. I tell you, I wish Aziz had gone flying then. I wish he had gone flying. That uppercut was... I mean, I don't think he actually hit him, of course. But he just absolutely... Whoa, like this from Amos. Imagine that as like a bit of a finisher. Whereby he knocks them against the ropes. They bounce off, and as they come back... like this, and they go flying up. Down in the corner. Just goes over and stands, puts a foot on them. That, I wish, as soon as he had smacked Aziz with that, I wish Aziz had gone like flying. Whoa, it was great. That was great. Right, I think we have got a handicap match here, so I think it is going to be Apollo, and he knocks him against the ropes. He picks up Aziz. He's got Aziz. That's a lot of weight, man. That is a lot of weight. He's a big boy. Has Amos been working out a little bit more? Imagine if he got jacked. Jesus. Imagine if Amos got jacked. Imagine if he was like ripped. I mean, he doesn't look too bad here, but you kind of feel like he could get even bigger. He's got Apollo. Aziz is down. I must say, this is actually better from Amos. He says to Apollo, do you see this? This is your fault. So rather than just going in there and hitting a few moves, he has actually taken a moment in the match to grab Apollo and say, you see this? This is your fault. He's brought a little bit of, like, story into this. Oh, he's messed up the pin. I like the fact the ref wouldn't count it, though. I like that. I like the fact the ref said, like, you need to get this shoulder down here, because he had Aziz down, he had Apollo on top, he grabbed both their legs, but as he pinned them both, it must have meant that, like, Aziz turned over a little bit. I like the fact the ref there just turned around and he was like, I ain't counting it. I really respect WWE for that. I respect the fact that if the shoulders aren't down, the refs are told, don't count it. Don't make yourselves look stupid. Because those kind of clips will, there'll be someone in the crowd that'll film it from a different angle, and that'll go all over social media. It's weird, isn't it? The stuff that they care about. So much stuff they don't care about. But that stuff they do. And the refs are told, don't count it. And he didn't. He actually said to him there, you've got to deal with this. Get this shoulder down. This could be a big moment for Amos. Anyone that's got the balls to step up against me. Do you know, I take it back, actually. There is improvement there. There is improvement there. That promo is not laughing and joking around like he was when he was with AJ. You know, when he was with AJ, we saw like him laughing and joking. Here is like, they are all gonna be dominated. He's talking with a little bit of gruff in the voice, and there is improvement there. There is improvement. Still not where we need to be, but we can get there. Am I the only one that doesn't like a Moss? No, it's still not right, but we're getting there. John Cena versus a Moss. Gable Steveson versus a Moss. This is the best I've seen from a Moss, says Dizzledog. Kyle, shout out to you. Amos versus Braun versus Brock. The chants are annoying. Amos needs to be a monster heel with a manager, says Cliff. Dort Knight, shout out to you, my friend. Your funeral is the only thing you will attend, but also miss, and your entire life you are just adding guests to your funeral. Oh, that's fun, Coach Co. Root Beer Float said, I think now that Cody is 99% in WWE, it might lead the way for Vince to get more AEW talent. I wonder who will be next to jump to WWE. I could see MJF leaving. Days Roman and Brock on Raw next week been confirmed. Thoughts? Go Holmes. Go Holmes. Brock is the WWE champion, so the WWE champion should be on Raw, technically. So, makes sense. Amos versus Aziz at WrestleMania could have been interesting if built properly. I'm surprised they threw that away. Don't know who he faces now. Here's AJ. AJ. It's going to be AJ and Edge. They don't want none. Don't really want none. WWE takes over Dallas next Friday, says Adam. Austin 316 says AJ. Harley says AJ. Harley said, Days, give Amos MVP until Bobby is back, and then have Lashley and Amos feuds. I'd be down for that. I'll be down for that. Shirley said, I'm not feeling this feuds. Do you reckon, has a very good chance at winning the Andre Battle Royal if he gets it? Who? Amos? Yeah. He has a decent chance, but rumours are he's going to be getting a singles match. So he might not be in it. Mitchell says, Edge's new character is like if MJF joined the House of Black and greened his hair out and then tried to cut an Undertaker promo in front of the mirror. I mean, that sounds awesome to me. MJF joining the House of Black, greening his hair out, and then trying to cut an Undertaker promo in the front of a mirror. If that doesn't scream pro wrestling, I don't know what does. So, yeah. I don't mind. I really don't mind this new Edge. I think Edge is very good at presenting himself as a heel or as a face. I think he does a good job. I watched an old angle where managers sold and traded talent. Why do we not have managers get people over? Seems like it's needed now more than ever. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why we don't get managers really anymore. It's not something. I mean, I don't know. You just don't get managers, do you? I mean, you've got flipping Paul Heyman, who's an advocate. He's an advocate or is wise man and all this kind of stuff. They don't tend to use the word manager. I don't even know if MVP classes himself as Bobby's manager. I don't know. I don't know that I've ever heard him refer to himself that way. The idea, the notion of managers is something that WWE is seemingly not interested in or moved on from. There's certainly not really anything in the way of a stable like a Heenan family or anything. And I agree. I think that you could tell stories with that. So I agree. I think it's something that they could bring back. Not even crazy amount, just like have the odd manager. I thought Zelina Vega was great when she was doing it. I didn't think she worked with Angel Garza very well. But when she was with Andrade, maybe she just works better when she's got, like, singles guys. Maybe if she was Angel Garza's manager and they weren't in a tag team with, like, you know what I mean? Maybe that could have worked. But I must admit, the Andrade, Angel Garza, Zelina thing, it was fun. But I just don't remember it really ever getting anywhere either. I don't remember ever loving it. I remember us watching her. This was a couple of years ago now. Watching her come down. We used to watch to see what she was going to wear each week. Because her fashion was outrageous. Like, you never knew what she was going to come down wearing. And yeah, I think she's a very good talker. And her with Andrade, she was great. So it can work. It can work. AJ in the ring. Andrade's not the same without Zelina. I agree with that. I mean, I feel like he would really benefit from her now. You're right. He struggled in NXT without her, and then as soon as she came along, he shot to the main roster. Went to the main events and went to the main roster, and it was all great. And then they ruined it. Any plans for Ricochet's Intercontinental Championship? Not that I've heard, to be honest, no. I mean, a ladder match would be brilliant if they did that. Right, we've got AJ cutting a promo. We're an hour into this show. Feels a bit longer, to be honest, than an hour. I feel like we've had quite a bit happen. Chicago. This is going to be a face promo from AJ, so it'll be interesting to see what he's got to say. AJ Styles chants. AJ Styles chants. It's good to hear. For the past couple of weeks, I've missed out on stuff like this. Recovering from an injury with nothing but time on my hands. People like Drake Maverick and Leo should have been the new Heenan and Cornette, says Cliff. Okay. I didn't want to see the kids. Didn't want to talk to the wife. I just wanted to be alone. But who popped up on the TV? Edge. With his mood lighted. Spewing nonsense. This could be a great match, man. I don't care. He doesn't care why. I'm not here to ask why. I'm not here to get answers. I'm here to kick Edge's teeth down his throat. We don't have to wait till WrestleMania. Come out here and get what's coming to you. I would love to be home with Edge nursing me, says Sam. Will you do WrestleMania predictions on the channel tomorrow? Yeah, this week's Wrestling Escape Pod is on this channel tomorrow. Big. Seth coming out. Seth's coming out. Is he going to try and do another? Is he interrupting this? So AJ calls out Edge and Seth comes out. Okay, so Seth's coming out. So he's got a microphone. Something's going to interrupt again here, isn't it? Something's going to stop him from saying what he wants to say again. Seth laughing, making his way down to the ring. Seth freaking Rollins. Seth is everywhere. He is. He's all over this show. There's no escaping Seth Rollins today. Crowd singing along with his entrance music. Seth's loving it. Seth in the ring. Seth giggling away. Cody, 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 Cody. Simmer down. Rumors are a lot of fun, but rumors don't make moments, says Seth. Rumors are a lot of fun. So they chant Cody, and he goes, now Chicago, rumors are a lot of fun, but rumors don't make moments. Well, they do if they're true. They do if they're true. Now, rumors are a lot of fun. Okay, Seth's got a proposition. Go home to your wife and kids. Hug them close. It's Monday Night Rollins again. Is this his idea? Seth says, you let me do what I should have done before. You let me end Edge's career. Think about it. Think about it. You want to take my place? As long as you're able to walk. So, is he going to try and take AJ's spot this week? Tried to take Kevin's last week. He's taking AJ's this week. Yeah. And you want to do the same thing to me. Seth said, well, that came out of your mouth, and it sounds like a great idea. If I beat you, I get your spot. Came out of your mouth. I mean, it sounds like a great idea to me. I think he's going to go for it. They're just drawing it out because Cody won't show up until Mania, says Corvids. Do you think I'm going to give up my opportunity? I'm going to do what you couldn't. I'm going to destroy Edge. And then we get back to me and you. So AJ's saying, forget it. You ain't having my spot. Here's Adam Pearce. Are they going to make a match? Are they going to make a match? You're going to get that chance. One last chance. Ugh. Ugh. We're just running last week's story here. We're running last week's story. Jennifer said, can Becky... Hello, Jennifer, by the way. Hello, Lorelei. Can Becky please put Seth back on a leash? Cody's going to end up putting him down for being off the leash. Be a responsible spouse, Becky. It is true. He's just running around this show like a lunatic. Why is he not backstage with Becky and the kid? Awful partner. Awful father. That's what I've learned. Absolutely right, Jennifer. Jennifer, shout out to you. So, we're backstage with Carmella. We're doing AJ versus Seth. If Seth wins, he won't. Then he'll replace AJ, but he won't. And so we're just going to kill a bit of time this week until we can get a bit closer to Cody coming in. I don't like it, but it does out Seth back in the main event for a big ending. Corvid said WWE spends $10 million a year on writers and they don't come up with anything. What should we do for Raw this week? Should we do the same as last week, but with someone different? Yes. Let's get last week's script and just change the date on it. And where it says Kevin Owens will write AJ Styles. No, but that start was good. Right, we've got Carmella and Zelina. Oh, she slapped her? Damn, Carmella slapped the taste out the mouth of Zelina there. Wow. Guys, the women's tag team champions are not getting on. They are not getting on. I'm really good at female body language. It's something I actually specialize in. And I can tell you these two women are not getting on right now. They are not getting on. To the untrained eye, people might look at that and think they're friends. No. They, honestly, trust me. I've got like this sixth sense. Don't like each other. How will they coexist? Said Austin. This is my brutality. Here is Rhea Ripley. This is my... I don't think she's versing Liv, is she? She's with Liv. Liv for brutality. Or whatever they're called. This is my... thank you, Captain Obvious, says Larry. Listen, Larry, it might be obvious to you and me, but not everyone's blessed with our skills. Hello, everyone. Much love to you all. I'm trying to convince Lorelai to give her predictions for WrestleMania. See where that goes with the Demon Princess. The Demon Princess. I like that. It's good. Get her to do it, yeah. Get her to do it. We'll put it on the web. Next week, since Brock Roman will be on the show, he'll challenge one of them for their spots. Yes. Very good. Very good. If I can beat Brock Lesnar next week, then I get to face Roman. Cody at the end, maybe. Maybe. I would say the longer it's going, the more unlikely. The longer it's going. Just because I think the main story of this will be the same as last week. Which is the main story of this week is... can Cody replace AJ now? The main story last week is, can Cody replace AJ? Can Seth replace AJ? Last week it was, can Seth replace Kevin Owens? So I think they're just going to run the same now as what they did last week. Days, I think it's good storytelling to have Seth continue to try and insert himself in existing feuds. He's getting desperate. This has been a super eventful Raw so far. The week's been amazing. It has been very good. I do agree. Do you think Colby versus Dustin is the fight to make since Dustin moved up to welterweight? Colby against Dustin. Colby Covington against Dustin Poirier? Sure. Yeah, if you want to do that. I think that... I mean, we don't know what's happening with Connor, to be honest. I mean, Dustin's coming off 2 wins against Conor McGregor. If he's moved up, there's not really anyone for Usman. You could make the argument that Dustin could get a shot against Usman. I mean, honestly, if it's realistic that Conor wants Usman and they're thinking of doing it, then how about the guy that just beat Conor twice? So, but yeah, I mean, you could do Usman against Conor. Winner faces Colby Covington, Dustin Poirier. The only problem with that is if Usman wins and Colby wins, we end up with a match that no one really wants to see because we've seen it twice. I mean, it'll still be a banger if you did get it, but that'd be the only downside. Vince only signed Cody for the hype and buzz. He doesn't plan to have him wrestle, but just to screw with the fans, says Justin. True Killer said, I never thought I would be saying this, but I can finally say that Raw has been good. I am truly more stunned than when your dong got that clean knockout, which was breathtaking. Imagine Seth trying to replace Bianca. Oh my God. Seth doing the same things like Cena, but it's Cody, not Taker. I think Seth will come out at WrestleMania, try to get his match, but then Cody comes out. Matt said, light music and cinema. Can wrestling be great art? ? I believe so. I believe that it can be. I think if you have got a great match that can take you on, very much like cinema. Cinema can take you on a journey, can't it, with its storytelling, and wrestling, when done right, can do the exact same thing. Defo. AJ said, when will they announce more Hall of Fame inductees? To be honest, I feel like the class might be shorter this year, because you would imagine every Monday they would be announcing a new one, and there hasn't been one this Monday. So I'm wondering if it's got to be a shorter show because it's on late. I think, isn't it on like 10 till 11:30 at night? So they want to do like 1.5 hours. And I think like you're going to want to give Undertaker time. Jeez. Undertaker ain't coming out for a 2-minute speech, is he? So I should imagine Undertaker goes in, and then it might be a smaller class than usual. So there might only be one more, 2 more. Maybe someone announced this week, someone announced next week. That'll do. You're risking my match with Edge because Seth Rollins has cried like a child. AJ said, I'll do it myself. I'll beat Seth tonight. I mean, I do agree that I like Seth trying to find different ways of getting onto the show. I agree with that. He's desperate. Tried lots of different things, and he's getting chance after chance, and he keeps losing those chances. The only problem is it didn't make any sense why Seth would host the show and bring on Stone Cold, because Stone Cold's only coming on because he's got a problem with what Kevin Owens has been saying, so it didn't make any sense last week. And honestly, it wouldn't make much sense this week, because I know that Seth has got a history with Edge, but we've moved on from that now. Edge has actually turned into a heel, so it would be if Seth wins heel against heel, and that's not the feud we've been building, so it kind of works in one sense, doesn't work in a different sense. But overall, this is a very, very good Raw. And it's not the worst thing in the world. It's just a bit predictable, innit? It's a bit predictable. AJ's going to win. Ripley and Liv against Natalya and Shayna. This is where we are. I heard Paige might come back to be Ronda's manager, says Rye. It's a terrible angle. Seth is a top 5 talent. Really trying to make us believe he won't be on Mania is insulting, says Jeremy. The hype behind Austin is going to be disappointing no matter what they do. Well, to be honest, I am only expecting a couple of minutes max. I think that, even when there was rumours of a match, I never believed you were getting a match. I always thought it'd be a couple of minutes. What I'm seeing and what Dave Meltzer's reportedly saying is that it's going to be more than just one stunner. They could go fighting outside the ring, and it could be something a little bit longer than just a kick to the midsection and a stunner. It's going to be... I can see it being a brawl for a few minutes. But if it goes longer than that, then that will exceed my expectation. But I think if anyone is expecting this to be 6, 7, 8, 10-minute match, I don't see it. I really don't see it. And if we get it, wow. If we get like a 10-minute Stone Cold match, which I don't see happening, then wow. For me, I'm expecting a 2-minute brawl. But reports are it's going to be more than one stunner. So Kevin Owens will come down and cost Seth his spot. I can see Owens and Stone Cold main eventing night 1, says Supreme Rose. Austin said supposedly Owens Stone Cold is main eventing night 1, so it will be more than just a stunner. Carmella's come out. She's coming down to talk to Corey Graves. So she's telling Corey all the stuff that Queen Zelina said. Corey's trying to calm her down. I know how you feel about Liv, but thinking about where she was this time last year, she's grown and evolved, and I'm happy to see that progress. I don't hate Liv. I don't think that she is, for me, someone that I look at as being a Bayley or a Sasha or anything like that. But she is improving, and her in-ring is perfectly fine. She is not... Liv is not a bad in-ring wrestler. Her promos, I think, are a problem. I think that her promos are an issue. But her in-ring, she's absolutely fine. But no, you're right. You're right. The progress is there. 9 minutes till we get to the halfway point. 1, 2, 3, and Shayna Baszler gets the win. Corey Graves is still trying to calm down Carmella. Here's Rhea Ripley jumping in the ring. Xavier and Zelina Vega versus Carmella and Corey. Here's Zelina. Zelina attacking Rhea Ripley. Zelina attacking Rhea Ripley. Carmella attacking Shayna Baszler. Strikes to Natalya. Into the ring steps. Super kick. And now Carmella's getting into the ring. Zelina's in there. She's got a scepter. They're looking around at everyone that's down, and I think they're going to realise that they're a decent team. People are chanting fight, but... There we go. They hug. They make up. Queen Zelina and Carmella are BFFs once again. And there we go. Natty securing her future Hall of Fame induction. A-Kid or Grayson Waller tomorrow? I'll go Grayson Waller. I can't see them not having him on Stand and Deliver. A-Kid's only just joined, so he's one for the future. Maybe this is a bit too soon. Give Mella versus Zelina Theory. They made up. Right, we've had 1,677 votes so far. 1,677 votes. Oh my God, it is so close. So close. 51% of people say yes, we do get Cody Rhodes tonight. 49% of people have said no, we do not get Cody Rhodes tonight. So 51-49. Damn, that is close. That is close. Heather says, no, this is so dumb. Seth interrupts more times than those pitch invaders in the Premier League, says Rotem. I know, he should try and cable tie himself to the ropes. Bianca has suffered a fractured hyoid bone in her throat. She has been ruled out of action for an unspecified amount of time. Hyoid bone. Never heard of it. Here comes big time then. Here comes big time. Dun, 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 dun. Coming out with the chair. Wild. She's coming out with the flipping. Looks like she's been welding. Look at this. Right, we've got Becky making her way down with the Raw Women's Championship. Is she wearing glasses and a visor? I can't tell. I can't tell if it's glasses and then a visor. If so, how the flip can she see? I don't know if she can see very well, to be honest. Just watching her there, like she's walking a bit awkwardly. She looks drunk. Like she didn't get in the ropes like brilliantly. I think it's because she's wearing glasses and then she's put a visor over the top, and I think she's like. Just don't wear that. Don't wear the you don't need the glasses if you're wearing the visor. Come on, Becky. She's got to refill her glasses with windshield washer. She could have them on the front. There's no way Cody appears tonight. It is easy. Man U wins the Premier League. What have I missed? I just got back from a night out. It's been all right. You missed Kevin Owens dressed up as Stone Cold, so you missed that. That was a good start to the show. It's been all right. The Ray's mask was stolen by the Miz. So, yeah, it's been all right. She's wearing 20-inch heels. Is that what it was? It was the heels that did her in. Oh, my God. She's really a stickler for pain, isn't she? She's not only can she, is she got, like, glasses and a visor on, she's wearing, what, 20-inch heels, is she? I didn't look. Have there been any special stipulation matches? Don't think so. She's just dizzy from trying to catch Seth. She was staggering. Maybe her boots. Looks like she's auditioning for RoboCop. Did I miss Cody? Yeah. Came out right at the start of the show. It was amazing. Deli Jesus, it was amazing. This place was going crazy, man. AEW chants as well. AEW chants. William said, almost half-time, get in your boards. Oh, do it now. I keep doing this. We keep going to the commercial break, but the commercial break keeps dropping just before half-time. So, yeah, get in your scores now. What do you think of it whilst we're at commercial break? When we go back, we'll be going to big time Becks. But it'll be an interesting one, actually. See what people are scoring it, seeing if people are enjoying it. This show feels like it's already been on for about 3 hours. I feel like there's been quite a bit that's happened in it. So the fact we're only halfway through, is it just me that feels like time is moving really slow? Really slow. But I think that's... I feel like it's been a decent show. Halftime score 8. 4.5, 7, 7. 4.5, 8.6, 8, 0, says Tim. 8.5, 7, 5, 7.5, 7, 6, 7, 7. 5.25, 6.5, 8, 6, 8.5, 8, 3. William said the show has been packed. Really good show, to be honest. 3, 7.5, 6.5, 7.5, 7.75. John said 10 just for Becky's outfit. 6.5, 6, 7.5, 8, 9, 7.5. What time does Raw finish? Hour and a half. Come out on top of a throne carried by 10 guys. 7.75, 6.5, 6.5, 8, 6.25. There's actually lots of 6s and 7s, actually. I'd probably be about 7, to be honest. I feel like the Kevin Owens thing was amazing. And then everything else has been like really solid. But it's probably settled down for me to about a 7 or a 7.25. About that. We're doing all right. We're doing all right. Right, we've got Becky in the ring. She's sat down. So she brought the chair out, and she's actually sitting on the chair. It's quite the look in it. It does look like she's come from the year 3000. Hello. My name is Becky. There's a question I ask myself a lot. Maybe you ask the same question. What does it profit a man to gain the world but lose his soul? Big time booze. We got Becky and Seth dripping Rollins. Becky is dripping. No one's been able to beat me for this for nearly 3 years. Okay. My precious. My precious. Haven't we? Isn't that Lord of the Rings? We've gone full on Lord of the Rings. How funny would it be if Seth interrupted Becky's promo right now? It would be great. That would be great. She said she is the prize at the top of the mountain. This is my world. My precious. Becky, Charlotte had the title. You relinquished, not Bianca. Lord of the Rings indeed. That's Ciampa's line right there. I want Asuka versus Bex. You can crush my throat, but I'll crush yours worse. Okay. An eye for an eye, a throat for a throat. I said this week I'd come for your hair, but you're not here. She's talking about taking her hair. You don't want to lose your soul, Bianca. I've already lost mine. It does feel like we're going to a hair match at some point. I don't know if it'll be WrestleMania. I think Becky is possessed. I don't know what they're chanting. And they're chanting Becky sucks. She's not a great promo, is she? She's not a great promo. Becky looks rough. The Becky heel turn has been random. Hair match. How many times can you sell your soul? Loads of times. There's speculation that Bobby is going to return to challenger Moss, says Big T. Becky the Barber Lynch. Yeah, she should come down to WrestleMania with the hedge clippers. Dun, 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 dun. That would be good. I mean, there's going to be a hair match in there at some point. I'm sure of it. I don't expect Bianca to lose. Cody will return. It's been leaked, said Lord STQR. She is a man then. She's a man. Yeah, confirmed. Those shades are a trip. Bianca's ponytail is sacred like the Holy Grail, says Davids. Days, that was the best promo I've seen Becky cut as a heel. Thoughts? Do you know, it might be. I'm just not a big Becky promo fan. I thought even that was lacking. She doesn't seem to be able to deliver like the lines with a punch. She's not the worst, but there's definitely much, much better than her. Very odd and dark promo by Becky Lynch, said British Soundboard Pranks. Austin getting roasted in my hometown, said TAFK. I'd be totally down for a hair versus hair match at Mania, said Big T. Rodney said Paddy Pimblett is going to join WWE after his MMA career. David Hall said, take Bianca's hair and the NAACP will be up in arms. I don't know what that is. Isn't Bianca's ponytail fake? Wouldn't that make a ridiculous match concept? To be honest, I don't know if it's fake. I genuinely don't know. I don't think it would make it a ridiculous... I mean, like, I don't know if it's fake or not. And it's something that's so synonymous with her. You're taking, like, something away that really does mean a lot. So, no, I don't think it would be ridiculous. If it's not real, then there's an argument that it's a weapon. I mean, there's an argument it's a weapon anyway, but it's her hair. So, I kind of like the fact that there's maybe a bit of a grey area there, you know? Austin Theory is making his way out. He, I believe, is about to have a match with Finn Balor, I think it was mentioned on the preview. Bianca feels way bigger than Becky. Yeah, Finn Balor. versus Austin Theory. Me Theory says Austin. How is Bianca's ponytail fake? It's hair. Most people aren't scared of being alone in the dark. They're scared of not being alone in the dark. Right, where are we? We've got 1 hour, 20 minutes left to go. 1 hour, 20 minutes left to go. Shannon said that was a great promo from Becky. Alex said hair versus hair. Who's saying it'll be hair we can see? This might be a hot take, but I think WWE should be all in on Austin Theory, just like they were with Orton in the mid-2000s. It gives me the same vibe. Yeah, I to be honest, I don't think how they're using him is great. I think that, putting him with Vince has been a good move because it's got everyone talking. And the one thing it's done, the one thing it has achieved is everyone's gone, wow, they really like him. If Vince is in segments with him, they really like him. They clearly see a lot with Austin Theory. So it's achieved that. It's achieved that kind of, but getting people talking. But I just think those segments with Vince have not been brilliant. Like, those ones at the start were quite cringy. You couldn't quite hear them. I don't think they were produced very well. I think Vince was mumbling. And then, like, he was going out and he was, like, losing matches. And I don't know. It's just, if you are, like, building him up to be, like, a big star, like, this isn't the path I would choose for him. So, he'll get there. I've no doubt he'll get there. I've no doubt they see big things in him and that he'll get there. I just think that it's, there's been some good stuff. There's been some weird stuff. But we'll get there eventually. So, I can see in like 10 years' time, Austin Theory still being around and being like a Seth Rollins type character. I don't know that he'll be a multiple-time champion, Roman Reigns, face of the company guy. But I can see him being like Seth Rollins. Seth is one of the main he's had main events. He's won the world title. I can see him getting to that level. But he's maybe not the guy. Maybe Bron Breakker is the guy. Maybe Gable Steveson is the guy. But I can see Austin Theory being in the mix. I don't know if you've seen it, but I tagged you on Twitter my shout-out video to you. Kieran, appreciate it. I'll have a look when I go through my notifications. Am I the only one that's not interested in Bianca versus Becky, says Liam. Well, I don't know. I'm sure there's people that aren't. But I'm kind of interested. I'm kind of interested because I think that it's connected to SummerSlam. The 20-odd second win for Becky. Bianca is being positioned as a big star. I mean, like, she's one of the biggest females to come through in recent years. This is her chance at revenge. Beating, like, arguably the biggest woman they've got on the big lagging. Every day we're lagging. Little bit of lag there. But should be fixed. Right, we've got lag. Yeah, a little bit of lag. Laggy lag. But it doesn't matter. We're at commercial break and we're back now. Right, Austin Theory in the ring, getting ready to rock and roll. And Finn Balor making his way down. I don't think it was lag, actually. I think what it was is I have to stream over 4G. My data actually expires on the 22nd and resets on the 23rd. So I actually think it was just one of the routers has run out of data. So I think it was probably that. That would be my guess. Here's Finn Balor. Do you remember when Cody jobbed to Veer? Cody jobbed to Veer? No. Better not show up. It'll ruin his career. Veer has a date, April 4th. Oh, I didn't even see. Is that the Raw after WrestleMania? So is that when he's coming in then? I mean, in all fairness, that's when I was kind of thinking he'd be in it. Veer is coming April 4th. Veer is coming in a couple more weeks. Kevin Owens did the best mockery of another wrestler since X-Pac. Love Balor. We've got Finn getting into the ring. Raw after Mania, says James. That's kind of when I was expecting, to be honest. It's kind of when I was expecting. I think it's a bit disappointing that they've put a date out. You kind of would want it to be more a case of, like, you know, here he comes, like, out the blue. Oh, my God, it's Veer. Like, saying it's going to be on this date. I wouldn't have done that. I wouldn't have gone that way. Veer Mahan is coming, says Legend Killer. Gary said he is the most over guy in WWE without even making an appearance. Scottish Outlooker said, Days, please change your background on April 4th to a photo of Veer. Priest heel turn, not exciting, overshadowed by Edge's heel turn. How big is moving the snack around? But I don't know what I mean, Sean. Sean, I never understand your comments. I never, ever understand your comments. 1987 Big Fan said, I agree, it should have been a surprise. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't understand as to why they would announce it. It's not gonna, it's like, is anyone gonna tune in especially for that? Do you know what I mean? I kind of think, like, I don't know. And we've seen him before. Like, it's not a case that we've never even seen him. He still makes appearances on, like, main event and stuff like that. So, it's not like we don't know what Veer can do. You can watch him. He's wrestled recently. But it's just a case that it was like, when's he going to strike? And I think announcing it kind of takes a little bit of that away. So, don't know. Don't know why they've done it. What are we going to say on April 4th? Veer's come. That sounds wrong, says Larry. That does sound wrong. Junior said, let's go. Veer versus Brock Lesnar dream match. Adam said, WrestleMania Night 1 and NXT Stand and Deliver are the same day. NXT 2.0 Premium Live event midday. Yes, it is. So you've got, I was looking at this earlier. So I believe it's 1 p.m. Eastern, NXT Stand and Deliver. And then you've got, I think, 7 p.m. Eastern for the kickoff show for WrestleMania. So there's a good few hours in between them. But yes, we are on that day doing NXT Stand and Deliver. And then we do NXT later on in the day. We'll start well before the kickoff show. Well before the kickoff show. So it's going to be a big day for wrestling. Darcy said, I bet there's actually going to be a massive pop for Veer, said Darcy. Did Veer run out? No. Veer's coming on April 4th. Shoggoff says, God, finally Veer will appear on Raw. How long till WWE releases him? Don't know. Push Veer to the moon. To the moon. Right, we are at commercial break. We've got 1 hour, 10 minutes left. 1 hour, 10 minutes. Tim said, I watched main event for the first time 2 weeks ago, and I remembered why I stopped watching 80% recaps of Raw. Veer is definitely going to dethrone Roman, says Austin. Honestly, as soon as he's here, I think that's it. As soon as he's arrived, then honestly, I think it's like, okay. I really don't know how they're going to maintain that same level of enthusiasm. He's been like, he's coming. And then when he's finally here, I think people are like, right? Like, the fall off in interest is going to be massive. April 5th, Veer Mahan will have been released, said Jags fam. Shannon said, my girlfriend loves Shanky. Oh, well, I have heard that about your girlfriend. I must admit, I have heard that about your girlfriend. Eric, shout out to you. I hope you're well. To the moon. Alvaro said, did you see the size of Stone Cold's arms? He's in amazing shape. I haven't actually. No, I haven't. I've not seen him recently, but I've heard that he's in great shape. Right. Waiting to go back to the action. We are at commercial break. Isn't Veer just another Jinder? He's got a good size to him, in all fairness, and he could be something. But I don't know if I've got much confidence that they're gonna book him right. Have you seen Bret Hart AEW rumors that he's coming in to join FTR? I have seen that, yeah. I mean, apparently they mentioned him. Dax mentioned Bret. So, yeah, I've seen that. I'm sick of hearing Cody's name carry on, says Big T. Veer wins championship, then Veer versus Jinder at the next Saudi event. Balor against the ropes. Knocks down Austin Theory. Still underway with this match between Theory and Balor. Eric said, my son scored a Boneyard AJ figure, and it's the best AJ yet. Who do you prefer, Austin Theory or Sammy Guevara? I would say Sammy. I think Sammy's got a little bit more to him. We've seen more of him as well. The thing with Austin Theory is that he's been down in NXT and he was really fun in the way, but Sammy Guevara's had some great matches, and maybe that's something that's lacking a little bit from Austin Theory, as we've not seen like great matches out of him. So, I mean, he's good and he's shown incredible promise, and I'm sure he's going to be great in the future. But we haven't seen like the same level of output that we've seen from Sammy. Sammy is one of AEW's biggest stars, isn't he? I don't think you can quite say the same about Austin Theory at this stage. 1, 2, kick out by Finn. Matt said, in order to hook viewers, how much chaos is needed? Well, I mean, that's going to be different for everyone, isn't it? That'll be different for everyone. Veer should be in a boneyard. So much coming. Veer versus Mansoor for the next Arabia Mania, says Shoggoth. Let him in, said Days. I haven't slept since yesterday and I feel really out of it. Balor with a kick to the chest. Austin Theory goes down and another kick. Duck underneath by Finn. Reversed. Neckbreaker. Neckbreaker by Austin Theory. And shoulder up by Finn Balor. Who has been the best storyteller in WWE history? I would say Shawn Michaels. I think Shawn has got an amazing ability to tell stories when the bell rings. I think Bret does as well. But I would probably go with Shawn. Theme parks can snap a crystal clear picture of you on a roller coaster at 70 miles an hour, but bank cameras can't get a clear shot of a robber standing still. Finn has got the win. Little roll-up thing. Finn Balor wins. Root Beer Float said, do you think Veer is getting sick of not being on the show? What is going through his mind? Is he just sitting in catering, nervously eating? No, apparently he is hiding out in IKEA. If you've been watching his social media feed, he's just sitting around in IKEA, having a lovely time. So, No, I think he's all right. They must have said to him that, look, we've got nothing for you this side of WrestleMania, but we'll debut you on the show after. That would be my guess. Is Veer the most... I tell you what, everyone is talking about Veer at the moment. Everyone is talking about Veer. I think that the one thing I will say is the fact they've put that date on of April 4th has definitely got everyone talking. Finn Balor victorious over Austin Theory, and we're moving forward with the tag division. We're just seeing last week with Alpha Academy, the Street Profits, RK Bro. Brett and Sean are amazing storytellers in the middle of a fight, unless they're fighting each other, and then it's a screw job. How high are you on Paddy Pimblett? I like what I'm seeing. I think that he is a very exciting fighter in the sense of he just goes after it, man. You know, he doesn't when you know you're going to see a fight with a Paddy Pimblett fight, he is not going to stand there and wait for 2 rounds before he throws shots. He just gets in there and, if he gets tagged, then whatever. But that's the problem. 2 fights and twice he's started off bad. And he's had to kind of get back from a bad position. And as you go up in class, you can't get yourself into a bad position. So I like Paddy. I think the future's bright for him. But I am worried about the fact that he keeps putting himself in really bad positions. So work to be done. And but, Dana loves him. They're going to keep giving him fights that he can win. I just hope that he's working on that. On his defensive side, because he could get to a title. But I think it's more likely that he kind of... I reckon he probably goes the same way as Colby Covington. Gets to that kind of top end, and then there'll be 1 or 2 guys that he just can't get past. Like Colby just can't get past Usman. And maybe Colby struggles against, Dustin Poirier or someone as well. I could see Paddy being top 5. Paddy top 5, and then I think he starts struggling. So I'm very high on him. I think he is one of the... he will be one of the big fighters they have. And they're going to milk him to sell, pay-per-view shows and all this kind of stuff. So they'll give him good fights. But once you start getting into the high end of the rankings, you've got to face those other high-end ranked fighters, and there's no hiding place then. So, yeah. So good, wasn't it? UFC was so good. Is Veer the most exciting superstar since Tuck? Sure. Did you see what Paddy said about money? Let me tell you something. If my wage gets near Conor McGregor's, there won't be a kid in Liverpool that needs to eat from a food bank again. I want to start a charity. That's very good. There has been... I saw some stuff that he said in the past that really concerned me as well, though. Those comments he made about Georgia. He made some comments to Makayev as well. Makayev, came over as a refugee, and Paddy was saying, you don't represent this country. You're a sham, all this kind of stuff. And it's like, some of that looks bad. So, I must admit, there's little... all this came out after Saturday. Or I saw it for the first time after Saturday. So there is just a little, it's just a bit of a... I'm approaching him with a little more caution, to be honest, as a result. But, when he made it, he might have, he might not believe some of the stuff he said. It might just be that he was, just firing shots at fellow fighters type thing, not really thinking it through. He sort of distanced himself from some of those comments, but yeah, hopefully we can move forward with him and get somewhere promising. Can you believe that Cody has been away for WWE for less than 6 years? It seems longer to me, says WrestleLandy. Well, I don't know, actually, because I remember him being at WrestleMania, is it 31, when he was in the, Dusty Rhodes-inspired polka dot costume suit. So, I suppose you know, that feels about that length of time. It feels about that length of time. That was 31, and this is 38 this year. I can't remember if he was at 30. Maybe that was 32. In my head, it's 31. In my head, it's 31. I don't know if he was at 32. But, yeah, I could believe it. I could believe it. What about Cody winning the title and Gable Steveson beats him at 39? It's a long way to go, innit? It's a long way to go. There's going to be lots of twists and turns. I want to see Greg put an end to the Amos win streak. Is there an Amos? I don't even know if there is an Amos win streak. I should imagine there probably is. What do you think about Roman and Brock's new nickname, God Mode and Bipolar Beast? I've not heard about Bipolar Beast. Who feels like a bigger star right now, Roman or Brock? They're my two favourites. I feel like they both feel like big stars. I feel like they're quite equal. I feel like SmackDown is kind of being carried by Roman at the moment. And what are we looking at here? Why are we looking at WrestleMania from 2017? WrestleMania 33 is this one. Why are we looking at this with Gronk getting in? Gronk attacking Jinder. Is that a weird thing to show? I don't know. It feels like a weird thing to show. Seems a bit random. Yeah, I think they both feel like big. I don't know that one feels bigger than the other. With WWE not wanting the Briscoes, what if they are attackers? Are the attackers on NXT? That would be great. If they've gone and got the Briscoes, that would be great. That would be a great signing. But I don't know if Vince would look at them and would Vince see them as marketable? I really don't know. I really don't know. Shush. Right, here come Alpha Academy. Shush. 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 Right, making the Alpha Academy making their way down. Shush. I don't know why it's so addictive. Shush. I can't be the only one doing that. I just imagine lots of people at home right now have got their beers or their soft drinks, few snacks. They're probably sat on a sofa. Shush. Shush, shush, shush. I'd never wear the shirt. I'd never wear that shirt. You think you can get one over on me, says Gable. Shush. James says it's the most annoying thing ever. If Veer gets a pop, then we are living in the multiverse. Vince marketed the Wyatts. He did, but I feel like that's different to the Briscoes. Plus also, didn't really lead anywhere, did it? I think we can all agree we would have wanted the Wyatts to have been treated bigger and better than what we got. Listen, I'm all for it. I hope they do it. I hope they bring him in. Do they only do one size shirt? Otis needs a few sizes up. Right, Big Randy chants. We are in the final hour of Raw. Final hour of Raw. And we have got Gable working on the arm of Randy Orton. Tori said, very annoying. Shoosh. Tori, shoosh. A talking heel in a place that watched MJF for months was a mistake. Petition for WWE to bring back Shorty G, said David. David! Shoosh. Let him in, said the Wyatts deserved better. Imagine if Bray resigns with WWE, says channel name. James said, Days, Briscoes are too non-PG for WWE. They would be too watered down, and that would suck. Briscoes have been saying they want the Usos. God, that'd be great. That'd be great. Do you think Matt Riddle will be a future champ? Sure. Sure, yeah. Yep. Are we going to get Cody tonight? Well, we've had nearly 2,000 votes. And I can tell you that it is so flipping close. 51% of people say yes. 49% of people say no. Rotem said Monday Night Shoosh. Dane Film said breaking news, Veer is coming on April 4th. The streak is over. I like that. It's a good callback as well. Good callback to the end of the Undertaker streak. The streak is over. Monday Night Shoosh, says Rotem. WWE Live. I thought FTR and the Briscoes were going to be on Supercard of Honor. I believe they are, aren't they? I believe they are. But I don't know if that means they've signed to AEW. Perhaps they already had a pre-agreement in place with Ring of Honor before it sold. I think we will get Cody, but only at Mania, says AEW fan. Larry said, I could see Cody coming next week to shut up Seth Rollins. Zoom Station said, how many times will Stone Cold stun Kevin Owens? I'm going to say twice. Cody should wrestle Edge. WrestleMania said, I hope in a few years, Zack Ryder will have a similar comeback story to Cody. Both could be top guys, says WrestleMania. They did have a deal before the Ring of Honor sale. Root Beer said, do you think Cody could shoot on the mic about AEW? No. Or do you think he wouldn't bury the company? I don't think he'd bury the company. There might be a little passing reference, a little sort of where I've been, blah, blah, blah type mention. And everyone's like, oh, he's talking about AEW. I could definitely see that. But I don't know that he would bury it. I've got to think he's probably quite proud of it, of what he's helped to achieve there. So I don't think he would bury it. I think certainly he's more proud of what he did with AEW than he was what he did with WWE when he left. So I think that'd be a bit. I don't like these shots being fired. I personally don't need it. I personally don't need that. So I'd be a bit disappointed if he did that. Mitchell said Kurt Angle and Jason Jordan need to come back and manage Chad Gable and Gable Steveson, Otis, and make Alpha Academy a team like American Top Team. Kurt Angle, Jason Jordan. That's two managers. Don't know how I'd do that. I'd have one or the other, I think. Chad Gable, Gable Steveson, and Otis. Putting Gable Steveson in with Alpha Academy would be good. That'd be alright, that would. It's a bit like when Braun was in the Wyatt family. Do you know what I mean? He's just like, they've just got a killer. They've just got a killer amongst their, in their group. That for me was maybe the best Braun Strowman was when he was in the Wyatt family and with the mask. I flipping loved him as the black sheep in the Wyatt family. I thought it was amazing. Peacock Original from executive producer John Cena. Step behind the curtain with the baddest. A new documentary series. Peacock Original. Evil. That's good, doesn't it? That looks good. Yeah, I like some of that, Mitchell. I like some of that. Yeah, putting Gable Steveson in with Alpha Academy. I can vibe with it. Best Braun was in 2017 when he felt like a monster and had that feud with Roman. Root Beer Float said, I can see in about 4 or 5 years down the road, Dean Ambrose returns from a last run, reunites with the Shield before Roman Reigns goes to Hollywood. I know it's going to happen. Do you think WWE should do a mini shake-up post-WrestleMania? I feel like WWE is running out of fresh matches. Well, I don't know, because there could be people getting called up, people coming back. It might feel a bit like a shake-up, regardless. Anyway, Randy has got Chad Gable. Oh, draping DDT. Draping DDT. Hey, Randy. What do you think of Regal's faction with Bryan and Moxley? Are you excited for Yuta and Moriarty joining after gaining respect of Regal? I like it. I don't really get the Moxley inclusion, if I'm being honest. Moxley's a brawler. I don't see him as being like a technical specialist. I feel the connection's a bit loose between Moxley and Bryan Danielson. I think if it was Bryan Danielson and, say, Zack Sabre Jr., if they had that, or Bryan Danielson and Will Ospreay, or Bryan, someone that was like in ring wizard. Maybe Bryan Danielson and Serena Deeb, and that way we've got the men's division boxed off, the women's division boxed off, and then you could bring in someone to work with Bryan Danielson. Could be in tag teams with Danielson, like Moriarty or Wheeler Yuta. And then you could bring in a woman to, be mentored by Serena Deeb, be in a tag team with Deeb. And you could do some stuff that way. I like it. I love Regal. Love Bryan Danielson. Moxley, I'm not the biggest fan of. I don't hate him, but I'm just not. He doesn't do it for me. I actually preferred him when he was Ambrose. But yeah, Wheeler Yuta, I'd like to see more of that now. I'd like to see him working with Danielson. I'd like to see that. I'd like Serena Deeb in that group. I feel like that group's legit. I feel like that group's all about in-ring. Which is why Moxley's a weird component to have in there, Because he's not. He's about raising hell, isn't he? Really. Frog Splash by Montez. Street Profits attacking RK Bro. So, Street Profits coming down and acting a bit heelish here. Matt said, last super chat of the night, if Vince hired you to revamp Raw and SmackDown, what would you do first? I would book some matches that were exciting. I wouldn't have filler matches on there. I would book a very exciting card and I'd put the card out in advance so that you knew what you was getting. Might even do a little tournament in there to kind of kill some time. But again, each match would matter. So, I might do a little tournament for the mid-card belt. Involve people on it. And I'd really look at each segment as being a segment that needs to matter. I wouldn't be doing like matches that just don't mean anything. So that would be my starting point. And then from there you can look at staging. You can look at what wrestlers you want to push, especially. But I think as a starting point, you just want to put in a really strong episode of Raw. We are just seeing like a bit of a brawl backstage with 24/7 championship. You let them get away. So, Matt, appreciate the support, dudes. Here's Dana Brooke making her way down. Right, so Dana. It's a mixed tag match, so I'm guessing it's going to be Dana and Reggie about to take on Tamina and Tozawa. Tozawa. Okay, so I'm just guessing it's this. Okay, so Dana making her way down, jumping. Oh, is she meant to jump over, is she? Was she meant to go over the top there? I don't know. I don't know if that was a botch or not. Was she meant to botch? Was that a botch? Was she meant to not jump over the top rope there? I ain't got a clue. It looked rubbish. If we can't get The Rock, then Cody versus Roman could be the plan. Bathroom break match, says Cliff. Can't touch. Tonight we honor the Bellas. When? Now? Are we honoring them now? They were an integral part of the women's evolution. Total Bellas tonight, guys. Is that what it is? Oh, no, maybe not. I thought that tonight we honor the Bellas. Why are we doing that? Just to celebrate women? Guys, we should celebrate women every day. Yeah? Not just once a month. Come on. Why is this a thing? Because women. The Bellas. I'm sorry, but ever since Dana's last concussion, she takes brain dead to a whole new level, says Big T. Days, are you forgetting there will be one men's division? No shake-up needed. Why will there be one men's division? Dana Brooke can't get over her career in a sentence. After WrestleMania 38, who do you think, which NXT superstar will make their debut on Raw? Will it be grizzled young veterans Cameron Grimes or LA Knight or other stars? I think LA Knight stands a chance. I think Bron Breakker, rumours of him coming up. Tommaso Ciampa, rumours of him as well. So I think there will be some call-ups. Dame Film said, Days, this sounds really out there. Love it. But what if Bron Breakker and Gable Steveson become a tag team? You can split them once they've got exposure. Heather said it is Women's History Month. How come AEW doesn't call the world title the heavyweight title? Is it because there's not enough heavyweights? They're not as big as they used to be. Well, in all fairness, WWE used to call theirs the WWE title, and then you had the World Heavyweight title, and when they merged them, it became the WWE Heavyweight title. So AEW, I think, just call it the AEW title, which is something WWE have done before. Guess we forgot the unification match. Yes, but the rumors are that it will be 2 belts on one person, and then they will get separated again after. So it's not going to be one men's division long term. I don't know when they lose it, but it's believed to be quite quickly after WrestleMania. because the networks both want the world champion to be on their show. And rumors are it's just not feasible to have one champion long term. Send over LA Knight and then I might watch Raw again, says Heather. AEW fan said Bellas will win the tag titles. Harley said, I don't think Dana's thing was a botched as she posed when Reggie flipped over and then she flipped over into Reggie's arms. But if you botched, would you not style it out and pose? Like, I kind of feel like that's exactly what I would do as well if I botched. Does anyone want to be friends here? Says Freddie. We're all friends, Freddie. I'm going to WrestleMania Backlash. I'm so excited, said Matt. Have fun. Well, now I'm less interested in the useless match, said Just Alex. AJ versus Seth is a stupid main event. Right, 40 minutes. 40 minutes. Days, do you think Cody returns as Stardust? No. I'm not expecting that at all. The brand split ends at WrestleMania 38. Okay. I mean, it doesn't. From what they're saying, it's someone will leave with both belts, and then shortly after, they'll drop it like one of the belts. I don't know how. I don't know if they're going to forfeit it. I don't know if they're going to outright lose it. I don't know how they lose it, but apparently shortly after they're going to lose it. I really want to go to Mania 40, says Larry. Cody should come back as Stardust. Right, we've got Dana in the ring with Reggie. Here comes Tozawa. So, Tozawa and Tamina. Anyone else think this show has felt quite long? I mean, I thought it felt long at the halfway point, but this past hour has felt quite long. And, God, it went downhill. I feel like we started really hot with the Stone Cold thing, and then it's really just kind of gone into a normal Raw, really. Right. We've got Tozawa coming down. We got Tamina coming down. I'm still hoping AEW does a 3-hour special on Monday to compete against Raw. I missed the old Monday Night Wars. I still love WCW. That's why I love AEW. It reminds me of the good old days. David said he might be right. Athletes can play it off when they screw up and say, I meant to do that. Is she going to kiss him again? I want the 24/7 championship. Then make it happen. Right, okay, so we got Reggie and Dana going to be taking on Tozawa and... Tozawa tries to pick up Tamina. He can't do it, so he's going to go on Tamina's shoulders. When was this a thing? I like how Dana got on Reggie's shoulders, right? Dana Brooke got on Reggie's shoulders. She's like, come on, let's go. As if it's a thing. As if this is a thing that we do. Get on the shoulders. Come on, let's go. What are you on about? We've never done this. What's this? Tamina falls on Tozawa's... on little Akira. This is wrestling. This is wrestling. Oh. Whilst we was watching the replay, the match ended. Whilst we was at picture-in-picture, the match ended. Well done, everyone. Well done, everyone. Brilliant work. Brilliant work. It's excellent work. 2009 Bald and Creepy Randy or Bro Randy? I'm sorry to take 2009 Randy, to be honest. I don't find this version of Randy all that appealing. I never heard a crowd's heart break all at once like I did earlier. It's true, man. This place went bananas. Look, this place went bananas. They're like, oh my God. There's people cheering, people getting their phone. Look at that dude. He's like, oh my God. Guys, he's here. Stone Cold's here. Hang on, hang on. And then, oh my God. And then Kevin Owens comes out. So good. It was such a great moment. Such a great moment. Go said, Days, if you had to face one of these three in a watch, who would you wrestle? In a match, who would you wrestle? Kamala, Mark Henry, or Typhoon? Oh, Kamala. I'd fight Kamala. He's a legend. Hopefully I could get, like, a picture with him after. Well, I suppose I wouldn't need one, would I? Because I'd be wrestling him. Kamala. That way I could be in the ring when I see his entrance as well, because I love his music. I love that kind of, like, the tribal stuff. It's really good. Really good. I've always loved Kamala. So, yeah, I'd face him. And then afterwards, I'd be like, can I get a picture? Thank you for beating me up. Best moment of the year, no doubt about it. Kevin Owens as Stone Cold. Dun, 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 dun. When do you think Cody will appear? I'm going to say WrestleMania. I knew it was a trick, says Tori. Daniel said, I feel like the clock genuinely isn't moving. I had to check the time on my watch to my clock on my wall to see if the time was wrong. I feel like I've been here ages. It's the best thing anyone's ever said. I feel like I've been here ages. Is this our main event now? 26, we've got 34 minutes. How is this our main event now? Okay. Damn. Giving this time, aren't they? AJ Styles. Yeah, they're giving this some time. I'm surprised that this is now. Long main event. Long main event. Maybe, I don't know, does that increase the chance of something happening after? Main event time. They don't want none. There's going to be about 500 commercials in this said WWE fam. No Cody to my... James said this is going to be amazing. This show has felt like 8 hours for some reason. I can't quite put my finger on why, because the first hour was really good. I don't know if maybe a lot happened, and so it felt long. I don't know. That first hour wasn't bad. I do think the last hour and a half has been a bit... But that first hour was alright, man. But it has felt long. This can't be our main event already, says Matt. This match deserves even more time. Great match incoming. Have you played 2K22? I haven't. No, I haven't. I hear it's good, though. Yeah, it was good. Raw is live tonight from the same building as Hell in a Cell from early June, says Adam. Heel Santa said, depending on how much time is left after, we might get Cody. Cody. Well, we've had over 2,000 votes. And to tell you the truth, that percentage ain't moving, so might as well end the poll. So, will Cody appear on Raw tonight? Yes, 51%. No, 48%. That is where we are. 2K voted, apparently. Thank you, 2K. Thank you. I hear your game is really good. I've heard it's good this year. I mean, you proper boobed up a couple of years ago, but I hear it's all right this year. So, guys, 2K has voted in our poll. Thank you. Hopefully, we could get EA voting next week or something. THQ. That'd be nice. Wouldn't that be good? Bethesda, or whatever it's called. Bethesda. Which is owned by Batista. We could get them voting next week. I like turtles. Hello, I like turtles. How you doing? No Cody, but I smell an edge attack coming. Yeah, I can smell that as well, actually. Yeah. Jack's Pacific voted as well. Wow. Guys, we get all the celebs here. We get all the celebs. A lot of people think that, no celebs join us, but that's not true. 2K in the house. I can't believe I fell asleep during Raw. It must have been a bad one. It's been all right, actually. I don't think it's been amazing. I think it started amazing, and then I think it's just drifted. Hopefully, BT vote next. Oh, God, that'd be amazing. Freddie said, I'm calling it now. The Fiend is going to return and attack Seth, and then Alexa will attack AJ. The Tribal Chief will smash Brock Lesnar next week. Raw has been brilliant, says Leeds United FC, with Seth freaking Rollins. Right, well, we are at commercial break. Watch Cody is going to be a cameraman, says Rai. That's not how I would use him. I would definitely use him in matches. I think to bring him in as a cameraman, that's a lot of money that you're spending. That is a lot of money. I honestly, I wouldn't go that way. I think people want him to be at WrestleMania, but not as a cameraman. That I would agree then Vince is burying Cody if that's how he uses him. If he brings him in and makes him a cameraman, I would say yes, you lot were right. He has been buried. Meatball Molly advert. Still can't believe that elbow. Meatball Molly. The world is hers. We just live in it. WWE Champion versus Universal Champion face to face next week on Raw. The show closes with Edge getting the misplaced Cody heel heat. Right, Street Profits against Alpha Academy next week. Street Profits against Alpha Academy. What about Shawn Michaels' Bret Hart music fake out? What do you mean? Now? I wouldn't do it now. Arn said, if he brings Cody in as Stardust, I break my monitor. What music will Cody use? I would imagine it'll be the same. I think he's got the rights to it. Next week, we've got an 8-woman tag match. Next week is the go-home, isn't it? Miz getting Ray's mask. So, Miz takes on Rey Mysterio next week. Miz against Rey Mysterio. really want none. Right, AJ in the ring. It's been, I think it's been about 10 minutes since AJ flipping made his way out. And poor people have had 10 minutes of AJ's music. Here's Seth. Seth Rollins. Go home next week. Go home next week. Austin says, oh no. Go home shows. Next week is the week no creative. Next week is just going to be 2 shows of, did you know this match is happening at WrestleMania? Did you know this match is happening at WrestleMania? Edge comes out to help Seth. Cody comes out to help AJ, leading down the road to another dream match of Cody versus Edge. Ledge Killer, shout out to you. Is anyone else annoyed that Priest and Finn has kind of been forgotten about by creative? What is happening there? Right, 26 minutes. That's what we've got. 26 minutes. AJ Styles, Seth Rollins, Seth looking up at the WrestleMania sign. If Seth wins, he gets to replace AJ Styles. EA Sports is better than 2K. Says, tell 2K I'm better. I'll take him on anywhere. Why do you presume that 2K is a male? What if 2K is a lovely, sexy female? Didn't think about that, did you? Just saying. I don't know what sex 2K is. But EA Sports is better than 2K. Says, tell 2K I'm better. In all fairness, I think if 2K ever sees your profile name, they'll get the gist. They'll get the gist. EA Sports, shout out to you. It's in the game. Maybe they'll change it now to EA Sports is better than 2K. EA Sports. It's better than 2K. AJ said, seems a bit long. When did the poll disappear? When I clicked end poll. Do you think the match is going the full 25 minutes of the show? Yeah, to be honest. I think that this is our main event. I don't see why. I mean, I think that it could end with 5 minutes to go. We haven't had Edge this week, so I agree. Edge, I think, could come down and interfere. Maybe Samoa Joe will be with HR again. Sean said EA is a horrible games company. Channel name said Days Watch for no reason. Stone Cold's going to come out in this match. EA Sports is just a copy-paste of 2K. Right, Seth goes hard to the outside. Nice. Forearm over the top rope to the outside by AJ. And maybe we're going to go to a commercial break. Yes! Commercial break time. Commercial break time. Zach says, why are my messages being deleted? That's ironic, isn't it, Zach? FN Raw Flash said, it'll take Cody 4 minutes to walk down to the ring and a minute for a stare down. I don't know if you're getting that tonight. I really don't. I don't. I mean, could it happen? Sure. Sure. Could happen. Could get Cody tonight. Equally might make us wait till WrestleMania. Jim said EA did 2 WCW games and they were a couple of the worst wrestling games. James says, I don't mind EA too much aside from the microtransactions. Shugoff said, would it be possible that Cody's contract not only involved for him to finish his projects, but soften some restrictions in WWE? Yeah, I'm sure it was. Negotiated certain things that he would want, yes. Can't imagine he would come back and, like, you know, why would he even sign a contract that he comes back as Gold Stardust or whatever? Like, why would he even sign that contract? So I've got to think that he's made a few requests, creative requests. He won't get creative control, but he'll get some requests. I'm sure he's probably said, I'd love to have a run with the belt or something like this. Seth loses and is disappointed he doesn't have the match, then calls out anyone to have a match, and Cody answers, says Michael. At the end of this match, Seth is kneeling alone in the ring, and then behind him you see Cody stalking, hits the crossroads. That's how I see it happening if it's going to happen. First 45 minutes of Raw, it flowed very well and was firing on all cylinders. Then the quality dropped. 8,000 people in attendance tonight. What? This Raw? There's 8,000 there, is there? Is that true? That's low, isn't it? I thought it'd be more than that. That's low. Why does Snoop Dogg use an umbrella for drizzle? Days, Cody is not going to return on Raw, says Zach. Days, I am sending you my thought. Tell me what my thought is. Your thought is that you're wondering, can you manscape and use the Manscaped razor to also deal with your nose hair? That's what you're thinking. You're thinking that you manscaped earlier. It was the first time you'd ever done it. It was horrific down there. Absolutely horrific. I mean, borderline wildlife was emerging. And now, like, you're sat there going, I really need to deal with this, but I don't know if I can use the Manscaped razor that I used earlier. And as I'm saying it, I think you are actually sat there using it right now, actually. I think right now you've gone for it. You've gone for it. And that makes me feel sick. That honestly makes me feel sick. If ever you're going to read someone's thoughts, don't go into William Hence's. That's all I'll say. Don't go into William Hence's. That's awful. That is awful. All I can see right now is the razor, and it's clogged. It's clogged. With, like, hair and skin and... It was only the first time he used it as well. Welcome to the jungle! Manscaped have a dedicated nose trimmer. Yeah, but he doesn't have it. He doesn't have it. And you know what? Honestly, I don't even think it's his Manscaped razor. I don't even think it's his. Oh, I don't even think it's his. I think it's his cousin's. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's not even his, guys. It's not even his. Oh, that's dark. That is dark. That is dark. Let's try and focus on the wrestling. Let's try and focus on the wrestling. We've got AJ and Seth. AJ on the outside. Does he use his cousin's toothbrush as well? I don't want to open up my mind to have a look again, to be honest. What I've seen will stay with me for the rest of my life. AJ coming back into the ring. I feel like people went to Vietnam, haven't seen the things that I've just seen. You weren't there. You weren't there, man. You weren't there. You didn't see what I saw. I see Drew turning heel and beating Finn for the US title. I use a tough brush in my butt. It's a Midwest thing. It's normal here. Sonny said, what am I thinking of? You are thinking of Williams' groomed area right now. That's what you're thinking of. You're picturing what it looked like before and what it potentially looks like now. Basically, you're thinking about William Hence's dong. And you know what, Sonny? I'm not even... You know that I'm telling the truth as well. You know that I'm telling the truth. You know that's exactly what you're thinking about. You, Sonny Wolf, you are thinking about William Hence's dong. Don't you dare say that you are not. Don't you dare say that you are not. Because that is exactly what you are, young lady. You're a perv. Disgrace. Disgrace. Baldy said a lovely clean lady garden. That's what he's got. He's got a lovely clean lady. Guys, can we focus on the match? It's our main event. Don't want to focus on pervs like Sonny. Strikes coming in by AJ. Knee to the midsection by Seth Rollins. And she wasn't alone, was she? She wasn't alone. Don't some of you try and take that moral high ground. Oh, AJ trying to deliver a phenomenal forearm from the top rope. Here's Seth in the ring. Going to go flying against the rope. We've got 15 minutes to go. Suicide dive. I feel like it's time for another commercial break. Come on, WWE, do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Yes! Commercial break. Come on. Pruning. I can't focus anymore, says Connor. It's understandable, mate. After what we've all collectively been through in the past 10 minutes. Wes is rolling a blunt. Wes is rolling a blunt. Wes is lighting up. No more WWE Hall of Fame tonight. Undertaker, Vader, Booker T's wife. That's right. She doesn't even deserve a name. That's right. That's right. That's how she's going in. Undertaker, Vader, Booker T's wife. Who will be the tag team this year? It's going to be Booker T and his wife. They're going in as the tag team. Maybe Seth wants to have a trim your bush contest with William at WrestleMania. No. WrestleMania is a family show. No one needs to... I mean, like, if Seth wants to, that's up to him. But no one needs to see... No one needs to see what I've mentally seen. The before image that I had to... was subjected to is one of the most horrific things I've ever mentally pictured. What if Cody's neck tattoo appears on the Mania sign and then catches fire, says AEW fan. Are the Dudleys in the Hall of Fame? I believe they are. I believe they are, but I always have to double check. I'm going to say yes. They are 2018. Dudley Boys went in. 10-time WWE WWF Hardcore Championship for Bubba Ray. 1-time WWE Tag Team Champion. 8-time WWF World Tag Team Champion. 1-time WCW tag team champions, and they went into the Hall of Fame. They achieved stuff in TNA as well. 8-time ECW tag team champs, 2-time IWGP tag team champs. Pro Wrestling Illustrated Tag Team of the Decade for 2000 to 2009. Match of the Year in 2000. Match of the Year in 2001. Madness. How come Demolition aren't in the Hall of Fame? Because they have fallen out with Vince, or Vince has fallen out with them. So they tried to sue him for concussion stuff. And that made Vince sad. True story. What's the opposite of Happy Hogan? Sad Hogan. Are you going to the show in Cardiff? No. No. For 2 reasons. 1, I want to stream it and spend the time with you guys. And 2, I hate people. I hate all people. I hate everyone. So if I was to actually go and someone was to talk to me, I would throw up. I would throw up all everywhere, all over them. If they came over and said something, I would just throw up on them. And that would be it. I might go. In all fairness, thinking about it, I might go. But no, seriously, I'm not going. I'm going to stream it. Cody will debut at WrestleMania. Do you miss 2021? No. James said Days is allergic to people. That is true. I come out in a horrific rash, just like the one that Williams got on his dong. Headbutt by Seth. Steiner brothers were going in, says Brian. Bentley the Best said if Cody doesn't return, we riot. David said I stepped away for 10 minutes and I missed nothing. We're still here to listen to the convo at least. Retribution. Sonny says no. Come on, Sonny. You was picturing it anyway. Don't say I've just said something you wasn't already imagining. I need this, says Seth. Slaps being traded back and forth. Stream live from the stadium. Still got people around, don't you? You know what I mean? Unless maybe I could go in one of them hazmat suits. You know, like Walter White. Could do that. Are you wrestling Days? No, back away. Back away. I've got poison. Back away. No, but actually I am lovely in real life, so. Netbreaker by AJ. After the show, we're going to need some therapy. Hasn't been that bad, has it, Connor? I mean, I know Raw started hot and maybe drifted a bit, but it's not been that bad. Trent said they're going to make us wait for Mania for Cody, aren't they? I think so. I think so. Please go, Days. I want to meet you and we can trade Manscaped products. That would be good. I could have a Manscaped booth. I don't know why. Why am I talking about Manscaped so much? In sponsors. Guys, don't use Manscaped. Because that's how William got the rash on his dong. Also, I don't know if that's true. Because they might sue me. Sam said, Days goes out in public just to throw up on people. I don't give out autographs, I just throw up on a bit of paper. Give that instead. Excuse me, are you wrestling Days? Did you do the toy hunts? You're welcome. Right, where's the beers? Forearm strike by Seth. Falcon Arrow. 1, 2. Shoulder up by AJ. Connor, shout out to you. Austin said there's people that actually like to be puked on, and maybe Days might meet some people like that. It's always got to come back to something kinky, hasn't it? With you, Austin. Always got to come back. It's just, such a dirty mind. AJ Styles chant by the crowd with Seth backed into the corner. He is up. Oh, that was a bit... sort of got dropped a little on his head there. Seth Rollins. 1, 2. No joy. Looking for a power bomb. Buckle bomb. AJ goes down. Suplex into the corner. These two could have such a great pay-per-view match. Such a great pay-per-view match. Suing Manscaped for the rash, and then I'm using my winnings to promote Daisy's new channel, which will be a wrestling ASMR. Seth Rollins is... this is his last chance, guys. Remember that. This is his last chance. If he doesn't win this, he is officially not at WrestleMania. This is his last chance. He will not be at WrestleMania. There will be no Cody match. If he doesn't win this match, that is it. This was officially his last chance. That's what they've just said. That's what the graphic just said. Strikes coming in by AJ. 5 minutes to go. AJ up top. Oh, in between the legs. Just kind of came down on his leg a little. Moody on the shoulders. Lovely. 2. Oh, kick out by Seth. Crowd are loving it. Crowds are loving it. Torture rack into a what? Rack bomb was that called? Right, where are we? 4 minutes. 4 minutes. Darcy said this is such good match for regular TV. I agree. I agree, Tarzan. You are smashing out some good thoughts. This AJ guy is a pretty decent wrestler, says Davids. He is. Here we go. AJ goes for... oh, phenomenal forearm, but super kick by Seth. Seth has got AJ up. Buckle bomb. AJ's down. AJ's down. AJ's down. Seth freaking Rollins. Frog splash. Knees up by AJ. He does bounce off the knees. We've got 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Larry said, this match is saving the show for me. My roommate is in the bathroom and I need the bath. Oh, I didn't know you had a roommate, Sonny. Who's your roommate? Here we go. Oh, and it's Edge. It's Edge. Edge hits AJ with a chair. AJ wins by DQ. That was Seth Rollins' last chance. That's it. He's not at Mania. That's it. That was his last chance. Stop it. Seth says stop it. Edge. Here's your winner. AJ Jay Styles wins by DQ. They started cheering so loud, I thought it was Cody. There's a guy in the front row that Seth just walked past. He went, the guy that just laughed right in Seth's face. He's furious. He's furious. He's flipping furious. Give me the mic. Give me the mic. Is this on? He's furious. Where are we going? Look, he's standing up on the announce table. Oh, we don't need that kind of language. Oh, we've got kids watching. Next week. Monday Night Raw won't happen unless I get what I deserve. BS. He keeps saying this is BS. He's not happy. Oh, how many times are you going to keep saying it? I am so easily offended. Wow, he just kicked over the barricade. Rips off that side of the barricades. What's he doing with the table now? Tipping over the table. Seth's losing it, man. Look, he's trashing the ringside area. Whoa, he just pulled the panel off the ring post. He's knocked over barricades. He's knocked over the announce table. He's looking up at the Wrestlemania sign. Seth. Larry said, do you remember what I said earlier? No. Seth needs to be Mania. He can't. That was his last chance. That was his last chance. And that is the show. That is the show. Everybody, that was the show. Cody next week then. Mabes. What do you score WWE Raw? Next week, Cody will shut him up. 8-10, 7-2-7-5, 6-2-6-7-5, 5-7-5, or below. Below. If you know, then you know. Fans started chanting Cody. I mean, like, honestly, this was 50-50. I think last week probably had more people thinking that Cody would show because of it being in Jacksonville. This week, I'm not sure that people thought he would be there as much as last week. But will he show up next week? He's going to show up at some point. Not a bad show. If Cody showed, it could have been a 10. Stay safe out there, says Stan. I guess they don't have the Big E ATV playset anymore, and they're trying to push a Destruction Wrestling Ring playset. Iralp said, I think Seth appears at Mania, says he won't leave the ring until he gets a match, then Cody comes out. Question is, will it be a squash-like match? Days, what do you think about Bamyang? He's doing well, and Arsenal are back on track. Yeah, I'm pleased for Aubameyang. I think it's good for Arsenal. They're doing really well without him. It's good for Aubameyang. He's doing really well. It's good for Barca. I mean, it's win. So it's good, isn't it? J14 said 725. Nico Guy says 7. Boy says 7. Darcy said 8.5. Only the Dana segment was bad. Austin says 7. Trey says 7. Rashawn said 6.75. Days, mark my words, I say next week, says Larry. What did Seth say? I missed it. He just kept saying BS. just kept saying BS all the time, and I get so easily offended. So easily offended that I am never watching wrestling again. Until tomorrow, when we'll watch NXT. 6.75 says David. Sonny says 7 dongs out of 10. Sonny! Stop! Jesus! Stop! You filthy animal. Jason P says 7.75. Arn said 6.5. Hype Man says 7.75 to 8. I'm gonna go with a 7. I'm gonna go with a 7. I could be tempted to go to a 7.25. I thought this show overall was pretty good. I wouldn't say great. I feel that anything that's 8 or above is great. Anything that's like around a 7 is good. I feel this was good. The Kevin Owens thing was amazing. Main event was good, but you kind of knew who was going to win. But it was still a really good main event. And then I kind of feel like from the start of the second hour till the main event, we really just drifted. We just sort of like drifted. I feel like I was at sea, just kind of drifting. Not really getting anywhere. We were just sort of drifting. So yeah, I'd say about a 7. 7 from Let Him In. 7.25 says Shaquem. 7 says Edward. Cody was there, but he was on the toilet. Atim with an 8. Legend Killer with a 7. End of days, good night. Robert says Sunny Wolf naughty. That's really naughty. Really naughty. Imagine if Seth challenges Becky for the Raw Women's Championship. I'm going to have to watch Raw Talk, says End of Days. We've had 347 votes. That's a lot of votes, actually. I feel like that's actually a lot of votes. Keep getting your votes in. Keep getting your votes in. 725. We need Brandy Rhodes to save the WWE. Finally. Finally, someone is talking some sense. We need Brandy Rhodes to save this women's division. To save wrestling. Moldy said, I've just told my mom, Seth's right, Mom, this is bull. And I'm now grounded. Thanks, Seth. You shouldn't have said that to your mom, Moldy. Jeez. That's Rule 101, mate. That's just like the kids that were going to school doing the DX thing and they got into trouble. You shouldn't do that. You shouldn't use the words you hear on wrestling. This is hardcore. This is hardcore stuff, right? What happens on Raw is too edgy for the rest of the world. So you can't be repeating stuff you hear on Raw, guys. Don't do that. Don't copy anything you see. Don't say anything that they say. The rest of the world is not ready for what gets delivered on Raw every week. Brandy and Dana as a tag team is a real threat. That could be their name. The Real Threat. Like it. Adam said 6 for me. Only 2 weak things, though. And they were the women's tag match and the 24/7 stuff. Take that away and everything was either great, good, or... Seth said next Monday's Raw won't happen unless he gets his WrestleMania moment. That sounds to me like Cody will be there. Then they could advertise Seth Cody and sell tickets. True. I thought this was a PG show. No. That's what they want you to think. That's what they want the parents to think, that this is a PG show. What would you do if me and Austin were in your wall? I have every confidence that Austin is. He said, bull slick. What's wrong with that? What's right with that? That would be my response. What's right with that? Without the toilet, where would we be? In deep says David. I used to hit people with a chair all the time at school, said List of Jericho. I mean, I think that's fine. Just don't do the wrestling moves or like use the words they use in promos. But smacking them with chairs, I think is all right. I used to carry around a kendo stick when I was at school. Who doesn't? Used to go around, just wallop people with kendo sticks. Teachers, mainly. And dinner ladies. Especially dinner ladies. They loved it. I'd love to see Cody in the WWE in a CM Punk sort of role, tearing down the corporate hierarchy of the WWE. That would be money. He's very well spoken. And I think there's a lot of mileage in him. Lucky Rich said, this is such a boring product. Wes says 2 blunts out of 10. We have gone flying past 417 votes now. That's amazing. Can we get to 420? That is the question. We're 2 away. I'm feeling very confident. And once we do, we'll end the poll and we'll have a little look at it. And then we'll go, and say goodbye. Money MW says 10 out of 10. 6 out of 10. Shoosh. Aaron, shout out to you. Harley said, Days, how do they book Cody versus Seth now? Because Cody can't lose on his debut, but Seth hasn't won a meaningful match in ages. Well, I think it's more important that Cody wins. Bringing him in at this stage, I think it's way more important that Cody wins. So I'd have Cody going over. The poll doesn't lie, says Zoom Station. It was a good Raw. Days, look outside. I'm there. I put an X on my chest so you know where to throw up. Oh, that's dark, isn't it? That's dark. I feel like this stream just took a real turn. What do you score Raw? 8 to 10 got 36%. 7 to 7, 7-5 got 35%. 6 to 6, 7-5 with 17%. 5-7-5 or below with 9%. So there we go. Very close with the 8 to 10s and the 7 to 7-5s. And then a little bit behind was the 6s. 5-7-5 or below got 9%. Finbar has summed this up quite nicely, saying Raw, and this is in capitals as well. Raw was all right. There we go, guys. I mean, that is what I look for from an episode of Raw this close to WrestleMania. Raw was all right. Boom. Right, we're done. Appreciate the support. Hope you enjoyed Raw. If you didn't, boo-hoo. If you did, not bothered. It's all about if I enjoyed it, not you. And I thought it was all right. So, we're back tomorrow for NXT. Obviously, we've got AEW coming up. We've got SmackDown on the way as well. There's loads on the way, guys. There's loads on the way. Not much on the football channel, though. We ain't got anything on there this week. I know. But we are well on the way to WrestleMania. And so much so, don't forget tomorrow. I need to set it up later tonight, actually. WrestleMania predictions tomorrow on this channel. Be there or don't. It's up to you. Awesome, guys. Thanks for watching. I'll see you again, hopefully tomorrow at some point. Toodly bye for now.